Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first technical training session for the CIA Challenge exam. Our speakers today are Mr. Nam Chi Sia, who is from Singapore, and Mr. Deepak Wadhawan, who is also known to all of you. He's the first CEO of IIA India. Mr. Tyagarajan Kumar, President of IIA India, as well as Dr. Paul Jaikar, have also been kind enough to join us for this. We actually, because of the pandemic, had a few internal discussions whether we should keep the program now or whether we should postpone it. But what we felt would be better is that if we had the program right now, it would give all of you, even if you have decided to sit for the exams in November, it would give you a lot more time to prepare. So this would be a good time for you to understand the technicalities of what all needs to be prepared, the intricacies of the questioning, and how we can take this forward. The only note of caution which I would say from my side is, all of you are very smart young kids. All of you have qualified the CA exam. I don't doubt that you're very sharp, but the pass percentage is not very high on a global basis. We have to make sure that as many of us as possible clear. So don't be complacent and don't be overconfident. That's the only note of caution which I would give from my side. And I don't want to stay between you and our learned trainers today. So I'm now going to hand over the baton to Mr. Namchi, who is going to be conducting the sessions on the 15th, the 22nd, on the 29th. And accompanying him as trainers from our side would be Mr. Deepak Wadhawan on the 15th, which is today. And Dr. Paul Jaikar would be coming in on the 29th, the third session, and Kamaljeet Kaur would be the trainer, would be accompanying Mr. Namchi on the 22nd of May. So here's wishing you all the very best. This has been organized by IIA India and with a little bit of support from IIA Singapore, who's been kind enough to provide Mr. Namchi Sia services to us as well, because Singapore has had the best pass out rate amongst all the countries. So I do hope that you would make the most of this facility which is made available while it is available, and wish you all the very best. Thank you very much, and over to you, Namchi.
All right, thank you, Nikkei. Hey, hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me clear. All right, I think Nikkei has have given you a very good introduction. All right, and yes, this exam is not something that is a walk in the park. All right, it really needs time to prepare. So what we want to do in this session is to share with you some of the key points, some of the how questions may be asked, so that you can prepare yourself for the exam. All right, but I must say that you do not just pass the exam by attending this course. All right, you still need to have a lot of reading, a lot of understanding of the material, and also a lot of practice. Now, the questions are known to be very, very tricky. I think you have heard it during our last session, which is the introduction. All right, I shall not repeat it, but it needs a lot of hard work, right? With that, I shall, okay, let me just put a few house rules. I think from time to time you may have some questions. Feel free to put them in the chat. All right, Chandra from IIA India will help to later on consolidate the questions, and then I'll help together with the other trainers to answer as many of the questions as we can. Hopefully, we can answer all your questions. All right, that's number one. Number two thing is that we will give you some breaks in between. So break about 1 hour. At every 1 hour, we will give you about 10 minutes of break. We know that it is not easy to stay focused on the web for like 4 hours, so we won't torture you like that. All right. So and in between, there will be certain practice questions. So I will call for some volunteers, or if you or being volunteered to answer some questions. All right. Don't feel bad if you get them wrong, or don't feel complacent if you get them correct. No, this is not the time to test you. All right. What we want to do in those questions, firstly, is to check the understanding. And second thing is to show you some of the questions can be very tricky. There are more than one correct answer. And we want to show you why a certain answer is better than the others. All right. So that is the purpose of all this. It's not to like try to test you at this point. No, it doesn't matter if you get them wrong. Right. The important thing is to get it correct in your exam in November. All right. So with that, I will start with my. Okay. Are you able to see the slide?
Yes, we can, Namki. Thank you.
All right. Okay, good. Let me just. Okay, let me just start with this part one. All right. So part one, there are a few parts to a few subparts. The first subpart is on the IPPF. So I'll go through with you the IPPF. IPPF stands for International Professional Practice Framework, which is like our Bible, right? All the essential things that we need to know for internal audits would be in the IPPF. So it includes a few things like our standards, our principle, our code of ethics, and so on. So I will go through with you on that. That's the first subpart. The second subpart, we will go into some of the standards like independence, like your objectivity, and then we will also do a little bit of the what we call the QAIP, Quality Assurance Improvement Program, QAIP, right? Then the other subpart outside the IPPF would be like your risk management, some of the framework we will go through like COSO ERM, or ISO 31000. So that is another part. And the last part of it will be the fraud risk management, right? So I will say in 2 days, so a few big parts. The first big part is on the IPPF. The second big part will be on the risk management and or some of the control framework. The third part will be on the fraud risk management. All right. Now, just go through in terms of internal audit. Right, internal audit is something that is very disciplined. We have to maintain our objective, maintain our independence. Now, I always like to share this experience. What do we mean by internal audit, and why would people trust the internal auditors, right? So I'm sure you know about Singapore, the first Prime Minister, right, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. I'm sure many of you have heard about him. Now, he is a great leader. He brought Singapore from the third world to the first world, within a generation. So it's a bit like a miracle. And if you know, Singapore is a very small town, small city without natural resources, without hinterland. So how can he bring Singapore from the third to the first world? It's really a miracle. So a lot of people respect him a lot. However, if you bring the clock back to like maybe 30 years ago, when Mr. Lee Kuan Yew looked forward to a successor, right? So of course he passed it to Mr. Goh Chok Tong, our second Prime Minister. But at that time, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew also said another person would be a very good leader to take over as the Singapore Prime Minister. And that person is Mr. Lee Hsien Loong. So Mr. Lee Hsien Loong, as you know, is Mr. Lee Kuan Yew's son. So when he mentioned that, a lot of people have very violent objection. A lot of people have tremendous respect for Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. We know he's a good leader. He has led Singapore well. However, when he said that his son is a good future leader, everybody start to question that. Why? Is it that we didn't trust his judgment? Is it that we didn't trust his quality? No, we trust Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. But when he said that it's his son, then we start to question him because it is your son. Of course, you say he's bad, he's good. Sorry, right? So, but 30 years later, now we know that the Prime Minister of Singapore is Mr. Lee Hsien Loong, and we agree that he has led Singapore well as well. But why at that time a lot of people question that? It's because of the independence. It's because of the objective that people have in mind. You know, that it may not be a conflict of interest in real life, but it is in appearance. So back to this internal audit. So other than our knowledge, our competence, our skill, we also need to maintain the objectivity and the independence, right? So whenever I think about this, I always remember this Mr. Lee Kuan Yew's story. You know, he's good, everybody trusts him, but when it comes to a judgment about his son, everybody start to question that, right? So for us as a profession, we must keep up with the good work, and at the same time, the quality of our integrity, our objectivity, and our independence as well. So it's two parts to it, all right? So with that, like I mentioned in the beginning, all right, this part one, if you look at A, B, C, D, those are part of the IPPF, right? Part E, the governance, risk management, and control will be something that we want to talk about in terms of the risk framework, and lastly, the fraud risk. So that is the agenda for today, all right? So just to start, first of all, you might have heard about this term called integrated audit. Right? What is integrated audit? It basically means something that's very holistic, very broad. It includes things like your control, IT, your compliance, operations, and financial assurance. Right? Of course, you probably would know what is control assurance. You know, compliance is something that you just test whether things are followed according to the rules, regulations, or some policies, right? So in these slides here, I've given you some of the definition of each type of the audit. It should be in the books that you are given as well. They are not technical, but I wouldn't spend too much time explaining each one. But I think when you read through your material, please pay attention to what are the differences in terms of the audit, especially like the compliance. Compliance basically is just see whether what you have done follow the rules, the laws, the regulations, or the policies, right? Now, in terms of the internal audits, right, we have a very special relationship with the board. As you know, as put in the slide on the right-hand side, you can see that the board is the highest level of governing body. So they direct, they oversees the controls, the risk management, and the governance of the organization. So on the left, when you look at it, internal audit, we need to be independent, we need to be unbiased. And whatever things that we do needs to be verified, must be based on evidence, based on information. And what our work are used, they are used by the board directors, they are used by the management, they are also used by the outside parties. For example, the regulators. Sometimes even your vendors may want to look at it. Right? So our work have a lot of value. Right? Now, let me just go into the IPPF now. So if you have not seen the IPPF, this is the summary of the IPPF. So it includes a few items. Firstly, this is the mission on the circle. So everything that we do is towards our mission. So there are 4 other mandatory guidance, core principles, the definition, standards, and code of ethics. Now, you need to know what are the mandatory guidance and what are the recommended guidance, right? Recommended guidance are things like your implementation guidance and your supplemental guidance. Now, we will go through all these mandatory guidance later on, but let me also explain to you the implementation guidance. Now, for every standards that we have, there is a guidance on how do we start. What should we do in order to comply with those standards? And what should we do to demonstrate that we comply with the standards? So if you have time, I would strongly encourage you, especially if IIA members, log on to the website, go to the implementation guidance, read through some of them, especially all those that you are weak in. They will provide a lot of information or insight to the standards. So have a read at least a few, especially like if you have done certain questions, you always get it wrong. Go and read it. It will help you a lot on top of your reading material, right? Supplemental guidance are normally not tested in the exam, so they include very special areas for audit. For example, cybersecurity audit, IT audit, or certain, maybe now it may come out is the continual business kind of audit. So they may give very specific guidance for you to look at. All right, now I want to explain what is mandatory and what is recommended. Does that mean that we do not need to follow recommended? Just give a thought, right? Now, for mandatory guidance, you have to follow, you must follow, right? Whereas for recommended guidance, they are good practice. So although you may have to make certain judgment, if you do not follow, make sure you have a good justification when you do your audit. All right, this when you do your audit. But for the exam, some of the things that they may ask may relate to this implementation guidance. Make sure you follow them. All right. Don't say that it is recommended and therefore it is not the correct answer. All right. Please follow implementation guidance for your exam. Right. For the mandatory, needless to say, you have to follow. Now, let me go through some of the items here. Okay, so like we mentioned, so this IPPF is a conceptual framework, is our authoritative guidance. So it facilitates the consistent development, interpretation of all the items, right? Now, please also remember the purpose of the IPPF as stated here. The question can ask you, the purpose of IPPF include, then they can have a few items. Please make sure you choose one of them that are stated here, right? Alternatively, the question can also ask, the purpose of the IPPF include the following except. When there is an except, please make sure you choose one of them that is not here, right? So the questions, as I mentioned, can be tricky, so please read them carefully. So if they ask, include one of the following, you have to choose one of them. But if there is an except, please don't choose one of them. All right. So you do not need to memorize the purpose, but when you read, understand, it's actually very logical. If you look at it, it's a conceptual framework. It guides us what to do, right? It relates all the body of knowledge and the guidance. It facilitates our consistent development, consistent interpretation, and how we apply it, right? So the framework, so far from what the body, the IIA has known, there is no conflict between the framework and the laws. So, but if there is any, you can always surface it out. We don't believe so, but you can surface it out if there is any conflict with the rules or laws in your country. Right? So as we mentioned, there are a few mandatory items, and there are some recommended items. All right. So please remember what are the mandatory items, what are the recommended items. The question can test you on that as well. Okay. Now, here I have one practice questions. Chandra, I would need your help to probably call for one volunteer to answer this question. When the word should appears in the IPPF, so what does that mean?
Sure, sir. So they can answer via chat. I will tell you, sir. Requesting participants. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you can just check.
The answer is B, and many people has reverted B, and some C, A, B. Maximums are B.
Okay, very good. See, the questions can be so tricky, right? See, if the word must appear, must, then it is unconditional, unconditional requirement. It is a must, right? So when it comes to should, then it is a qualified confirmation, right? So look at the answer. Okay, if you were to read the standards, most of the standard would say must. So it means unconditional requirement. However, there will be a few standards in between. They will say should. Then you have to exercise your judgment. You have to follow. However, if you don't follow, you may have certain situation, maybe certain restriction that you may not follow, right? So when it's a should, the answer is unqualified conformance expectation, right? Like I said, doesn't matter if you get it wrong. This is the time you have to make mistake. Then you will understand that you need to read through, you need to practice. Okay, good one. Thanks everybody for trying that. Okay, so what does mandatory guidance mean? Right, I don't mean to test you here. All right, the mandatory, it means that you have to follow. It's unconditional, but where it applies to both individual internal auditors as well as the internal audit activities. When we say internal audit activities, it means the whole department as a whole. So individual and a department, you have to follow all these mandatory guidance, right? So of course, things like objectivity, proficiency, all these, and who is ultimately accountable for the conformance is the chief audit executive, right? And in the last bullet point, you look at that. Even if you are not an IIA member, if your internal audit departments want to say that you conform with the standard, then even if you are not an IIA member, you have to follow the standards as well. Okay, so that is an important point for everybody to take note. Now, I want to go into the first element of the IPPF. You recall the mission is the circle around it. So it says that we have to enhance and protect the organization value, right? So our purpose is to enhance and protect the organization value. And how do we do it? We have to do risk-based audit through objective, assurance, advice, and insight. Now, there are a few keywords. Assurance, you know that is like your internal audit. Okay. Advice, sometimes we call it consulting activities. And we have to provide insight. Right? Insight can be in different format. It can be part of your assurance report, can be part of your consulting report, but it can be through some meetings, some presentation, right? But all this needs to be done in an objective manner, and it has to be linked to the risk. It has to be risk-based. Okay. So how you want to do it to accomplish a mission? You can do so by leveraging the whole IPPF. Okay. So the mission tells us what we want to be, what we aspire to be. So as auditor, we inspire to protect, enhance the organization value through all this risk-based and objective assurance, advice, and insight. Okay. Now, the next item in the IPPF, the second part, is the core principles. So there are 10 of them. You do not need to memorize all 10, right? You do not need to. There's no memory work for this exam. That's the good part. But you need to understand and apply all these concepts. So if you look at the core principle, if you look at the first three, demonstrate integrity, competence, due professional care, your objective, your independent. This relate to your character, right? So the character that make people trust you. Now, if you look at the next three, number 4, number 5, and number 6, align with the strategies, objective, and risk of the organization, appropriately positioned and adequately resourced, demonstrate quality and continuous improvement. It's more for the internal audit department. So you can see that as an internal audit department, we must be in the right position. We must have right level of resources to discharge our duty, right? So if you look at the last 4, you will see that it is more concerned to how we do the audit. We have to communicate effectively, provide risk-based assurance, insightful, proactive, and future-oriented, and promote organization improvement, right? So your character, how your organization is being positioned and resourced, and then lastly, how you do your audit, all right? So those are the principles. Now, I want to bring your attention to number 9. It said that we have to be insightful, proactive, and future focused. Now, a lot of people may think that internal audit just focus on the past. You look at transaction of the past. You make comment of what happened in the past. So you are past focused. That is not correct. All right. While we may look at things that happened in the past, we have to know what are the emerging risks. And we have to advise the management if they are not aware of the emerging risks that we have seen. In that way, we can provide insight. We have to be proactive and be future focused, right? So just bear in mind of these principles. We are future focused. Now I have covered the mission and the principle. So the third thing that I'm covering is the definition of internal audit. Now, it is very mouthful if you read it. Internal auditing is an independent, objective, assurance consulting activity designed to add value, improve, and all this. Now, what I want you to remember a few keywords here. Number 1 thing, we are independent and objective, right? Independent and objective. We need to be. Remember the Lee Kuan Yew story. The second thing, oops, I'm sorry.
Hello. Mr. Namshi, are you there? I think he's got a block. So let me quickly summarize what he was mentioning. and I'll take this opportunity to see it from the way we see it. So essentially, the course content is in 4 modules or domains, of which the first part actually relates to the essentials of internal auditing, which are the attribute standards. So when you look at the standards that you will cover, the first part is the 4 attribute standards. And then the second part, the second domain is around governance, risk management, and control, which is another standard, 2100, which is the nature of work. And that's 35%. And the last is fraud risks, which we all see is very important, is 10%. So together, these is what the Institute of Internal Auditors thinks as essentials for internal auditing. I think Mr. Namchi is back, so we can proceed.
Namchi, I think you're on mute. We can't hear you. If you can say something, we'll figure out if we can listen to you or not. No, we can't hear you, Mr. Namchi.
Mr. Namchi, you can mute and then unmute. It may work, sir.
We still can't hear you, so just try it once again, please. Pressing the mute button and then unmuting on the mic logo.
Otherwise,
no,
Mr. Namchi, you can rejoin with the same link.
Maybe you can disconnect and rejoin. In the meanwhile, Deepak, if you would like to carry on.
So in the meantime, I will just summarize what Mr. Namchi was mentioning. What we already discussed is the layout of the marking of the exam. And to be again clear on it, the essentials of internal auditing as seen by the IIA is firstly around the attribute standards, which is 55% of the marking. For this particular portion of the exam, which we're discussing today, and 35% is the nature of work, which is around governance, risk management, and control, and the balance 10% is fraud risks. So, and this is what the IIA thinks as essential knowledge for internal audit. When we come to the first part, which Mr. Namchi was mentioning, which was relating to the essentials of internal auditing, if we were to go exactly by the attribute standards, that is 1000 to 1400 to 1300. I'm sorry. 1000 standard 1000 talks about the I'll just read it out so that we are very clear. Purpose, authority, and responsibility. This 1100 talks about independence and objectivity. 1200 talks about proficiency and due professional care. And 1300 talks about quality assurance and improvement program. This is 55% of this portion of the exam. And this is the level of foundational importance that it gives. Around this whole thing is the IPPF, which is the framework, and the framework has 2 parts to it. One is the mandatory guidances, and one is the supplementary guidances. So basically, the mandatory guidance is again split on. First is what is the mission of internal audit, the definition of internal audit, the standards. The standards are the main split of the standards is in 2 parts. One is attribute standards, which is being tested now, and one is performance standards, which is essentially the internal audit process. So performance standards is going to be then discussed in the second part of the of this exam, which will be covered next Saturday. So what we're talking about here is the attribute standard. And now after the standards, basically, fundamentally, there's a code of ethics. So the code of ethics is going to be tested. The attribute standards is going to be tested. The definition of internal audit is going to be tested. Your understanding of the mission of internal audit is going to be tested. Along with that, what's going to be tested is your understanding of the nature of work, which is governance, risk management, and control. And along with that is going to be your view on fraud risks. So this is what we're covering today, what Mr. Namchi is covering today. And when he's not back yet, so let's look at the.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you, Mr. Namchi.
Okay, so sorry for that. Yeah, thanks, Deepak. Okay, so yeah, I think just so maybe let me also orientate you. For the challenge exam, it is a combination of all three parts of the CIA exam. In a normal exam, there's a part 1, part 2, and part 3. Part 1, as what Deepak has mentioned, it is about the IPPF. All right. IPPF, as you have seen, there are a few elements, plus some of the attribute standards that we are going to cover, by your independent, your objectivities, your due professional care, all this. Now, the second part, part 2, which is what we want to talk about next Saturday. It is about how you perform your audit. All right. So if you were to do the audit, first of all, in the part 2, you will see how you want to be the chief audit executive. So they will train you to be the future chief audit executive. The second part is on how you become the audit in charge, right? For the manager, the in charge, how you run the engagement. Then the third part is on how you execute the audit. So that is the part 2. So there are 3 sub-part in there. Sub-part 1, how to be chief audit executive. Sub-part 2, how to be audit in charge. And then sub-part 3, how to execute your audit. That will include like how you select your sample, how you document your work paper, how you communicate your result, and so on and so forth. Right. Now, the normal part 3. Part 3 is by far most people think that is the most difficult because it's so wide range. It includes like your business acumen, include your accounting. Accounting shouldn't be an issue because most of you are already chartered accountant. But there are also topics on IT and information securities. So because of the wide range, a lot of people find that it's very challenging, right? So now with all the 3 together for you, that's why it's quite a challenge exam. But I'm sure if you put in the time, the effort, it shouldn't be an issue for most of you, right? Now, let me just continue with this definition. So up to now, we have covered our mission, our principles, all right? So now we are covering this definition. Like I mentioned, in terms of definition, it's very wordy, but there are a few parts. First of all, I would like you to pay attention that you are independent and objective, all right? The second part is that we are providing 2 types of activities, assurance and consulting. Now, sometimes we also call this advisory, as you have seen in the last few slides, right? So assurance, consulting activities. So this is the second part of the things. And this actually drives how the standards are being drafted as well. Later, I'll show you. Now, the third things that I want to draw your attention is we cover risk management, control, and governance. So we do not only cover control. We are also looking at risk management and governance as well. So, okay, 3 important parts. We are independent, objective. We cover 2 types of activities, assurance and consulting. Our scope cover governance, risk management, and control. Okay, and on top of that, which is something like in our mission, we want to help the organization to accomplish its objective. Okay, And how we do it? We do it in a systematic and disciplined way. All right. So that kind of like cover the definition of the internal audit. But you will see that all these items would also be covered in some of the standards. Like for example, later we are going to cover the independence and objectivity standards, right? We will also look at the nature of work, which include your risk management, control, and governance, right? So although this is a very small paragraph, it gives us a lot of insight as to what we are. But of course, they are not going to test you whether you memorize your definition or not. But I would think that you should at least remember what I have mentioned, the 3 key points, right? Okay, this one I'm not texting you. So the standards are 1110, as Deepak has mentioned. If it's 1000 series, all right, it is talking about your attributes, all right? If we start with the 2000 series, right, it is talking about your performance, how you perform your audit, right? Later we will see this. But for here, these standards, it says that the CAE must confirm to the board at least annually on the independence of the internal audit activity, right? So if you are CAE, every year you need to go and confirm to the board about the independence. Now, another thing is, would they test you what is standard 1110? Are you supposed to memorize what is 1110? The answer is no, right? Like I mentioned, there's no memory work in this exam, okay? Now, quickly we go in terms of the independence, right? We look at how the CAEs are reporting to the in the organization. So see, there are some discussion outside. There are some people who may think that internal audit can never be independent. Do you agree with that? Do you agree that internal audit can never be independent because the organization pay our salary? Do you agree with that? I just want to pause here so that you can think through, you know. Now, remember that if you make that statement, if you agree to that, then you are probably using the financial independence as a yardstick. Because the organization pay for our salary, we are not financially independent. But what is the independence in the internal audit world? Later I will go through this. But at the moment, let's look at the organization independence, right? When we look at organization independence, we look at 2 types of reporting line. Now, the first thing is the CAE should report functionally to the board, right? And report administratively to the CEO or a similar head of the organization who is of certain seniority, so that the scope of work, your performance of work, or your reporting of result will not be interfered by these people, right? So that is the key principle on this. Now, what is functionally reporting? What is administratively reporting, right? We will talk about it later on. There will be a slide I'll show you. Now, the second thing is in terms of objectivity. Like we mentioned, we have to be independent, we have to be objective. Later, we will speak more on all these 2 items when we go through one of the standards, okay? Now, for the time being, let's go on. We talk about assurance, we talk about consulting. So consulting work, sometimes we call it agreed upon procedures, sometimes we call advisory. So the scope will be agreed between the auditors and the client, right? So an important thing is when you conduct your consulting work, you do not compromise your independence, right? How do you do that? Make sure you do not take on management decision, right? You can recommend, the management has to make the decision, they have to own the decision. Don't go and do that for them as auditor. All right. Now, just now, in terms of the definition, we also see that we have done governance, risk, and control. Now, here there are some definitions. What is governance? So, governance basically is put forth by the board, right, at a very high level to promote your ethics value, to direct, to instruct the companies, right? Risk management basically is to identify the risk so that you can adopt some proper response to the risk, right? Whereas control are control activities that you have seen. Now, bear in mind that not all risk needs to put in control, right? Later we also would talk about this in a little bit more detail. If you recall, there are different types of risk response. One of them is do nothing, accept the risk, right? So later we will discuss this, but at the moment, what you need to probably understand is what is governance, what is risk, what is control, right? Later we will test you on some of the understanding. Now, moving on the IPPF. So I have covered up to now the mission, the principle, the definition. So now I'm covering the fourth thing, which is the standards, right? So standard as again, there is this purpose here. So the standard is to guide us to the adherence to the mandatory element in the IPPF. So we provide a framework for us to perform our work. And of course, it also establishes the basis where people will evaluate our work, right? So the 4th point there is that it fosters some improvement on the organization processes. Now, again, I would like you to at least remember the purpose of all these standards. They can actually test you as well. Okay? Now, if you were to look at some of the standards in the website, of course, there is this great book, right, that include all the elements in the IPPF. You can purchase them, but I don't think you need to. All right, this great book, all the elements are actually in the website. So as long as you are members of the IIA, you have access to all these materials, and it's free of charge. You do not need to buy the great book, right? But if you open up some of the standards, you will see something like for example, this purpose. It will give you some standard, and there is some interpretation here. Now, my question to you: are the interpretations mandatory? The answer is yes. Right? Interpretation basically give you more insight to what the standards say. Okay. Now, if you look at the small little things here, right? There's a 1000 A1, 1000 C1. What are all these? These are also standards. This is called implementation standard. Right? Remember just now, Deepa also mentioned you have attribute standard, you have performance standard, you have implementation standard. Right? Now, how do you know it's an implementation standard? There's an A or a C behind. What is A? A means for assurance. So for assurance, you have to follow this implementation standard. Now, what is C? C is for consulting. So for consulting work, you have to pay attention to all these implementation standard for C. All right. So just now I mentioned to you that in the definition, we provide two kinds of activities, assurance and consulting. So you see the standards. It also gives you the two types of activities, right? And you have to pay attention to them. Now, are the implementation standard mandatory? Yes, they are standard. They are mandatory. Okay. Now, again, you do not need to memorize the standards, right? That's the good news. But you need to understand and you need to know how to apply them. So yeah, like we mentioned, we have the attribute, which is the 1000 series. you have the performance standard, which teach you how to do an audit. So that is like 2000 series, and you have the implementation standard, which is A or C. A for assurance, C for consulting. So here are some of the examples for attribute standards. It addresses the characteristic, your character, what your attribute, right? The performance standards tells you how to do your audit, how to apply them to your planning, to your fieldwork, to the communication of results, and so on. Okay, so here are some examples of attribute standards as well as the performance standards, just to give you some flavor of what they cover. Okay, this one should be quite straightforward. Chancha, maybe I can also request your help to see what are the answers that people have.
Sure, sir. So A is
okay, very good.
A.
It shows that shows that you are paying attention. Yes, defining characteristics, independence, objective, are attribute standards. So you are correct. Okay, so if you look at it, standards, there are three types. So sometimes they will throw in something that is not related to standards. All right. So this happens to some of the questions when we are not sure. And then when you see something that you have not seen, the tendency is you go and choose something, right? From my own experience, when I tried all these questions, if I'm not sure of the question, I've seen some answers and I do not know what it is, I go and choose that one, I ended up wrong. So I just want to share my own experience with you. So when you do your questions, if you see something that is not familiar, think twice about choosing them. Now, as we mentioned just now, these are the recommended guidance. So implementation guidance and supplemental guidance. So you can see some of the example here, like the supplemental guidance, like GTAC, how you do your IT audit, and so on. Okay. So like I said, it is worth to spend some time reading through the implementation guidance. Right. Okay. Another questions.
First answer is A, second is C, third is D, and C, D, B, 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 A, and we have 4 answers, sir, A, B, C, D.
Okay, so we have supporters for all the questions, all the answers. All right. So as you see, the question can test you. This one is to test you the purpose of the standards. All right. So the standards actually lay down the basic audit principle. They do, right? The standards are principle based, right? So because it show us how to do the audit, so it will also be a basis of how we are being evaluated. Okay, so because here the question is asking for accept, so we should not choose A and B, right? D is also part of the purpose for the standards. They are a framework for broad range of value-added internal audit activities. However, the standards may not show you how to plan or perform the engagement, right? These are probably in the detailed guidance, right? So the answer here is C. So you see, all of them are very close. And the first thing you need to know is that they are asking for accept. So if you read too quickly, you may fall into the trap of going for, principal standard, yeah, is a auditing principle, so you go for it. Second one also is correct, you go for it, So remember all this, okay? So you can see now that it can be quite tricky, right? I'm sure given the time, when you think through, you read through, you know that that will be the correct answer is C, okay? Okay, now I have now covered all the elements in the IPPF. Okay, so the mission, the principle, the definition, and sorry, I have one more, which is the code of ethics. I have not covered that. But before that, let's look at the purpose, authority, and responsibility of internal audit activity. Right now, our purpose, of course, is to provide independent, objective assurance. We want to support the organization. We want to add value to it. Our authority, we should have access to all the records, all the people, right? And there should be full and open communication. But of course, with all authority, it comes with responsibility. So here are some of the responsibility that we need to discharge, right? And very importantly, we do not perform management activities, right? Now, why do we talk about this purpose, authority, and responsibility? Because this is the first standard. It says that our purpose, authority, and responsibility should be documented and should be approved, right? So where should it be documented? It should be documented in the audit charter. And that's the next thing we want to discuss. But before that, whatever things that you define in the audit charter, it should be consistent with the mission of internal audit and the mandatory elements in the IPPF. That means your core principles, your code of ethics, your standards, and your definition. These 4 elements, right? And very importantly, the internal audit charter should be reviewed periodically, and it should be approved by the senior management and the board. Now, see, the standard is done in such a way that it chooses the words very carefully. Say the charter should be reviewed periodically. It never say that it should be once every year, once every 2 years, or once every 3 years. So why is that so? This is because the standard international internal audit standards are principle based. So it is very rarely very descriptive, right? So being principle based, it tells you the what to do, but it's really very prescriptive to say how. Okay. Now, internal audit charter, you would need to know the definition of these documents. All right, it's a formal document. It defines your activity, purpose, and authority. All right. So basically, it gives you the right to access to all people because it's approved by the management and the board. So if anybody say, hey, internal auditors, you cannot access to my building, you cannot access to your records. If that comes to the push and the shove, you can take up your audit charter. This is approved by the senior management and the board. It gives me access to all personnel, all records, all buildings. Okay, so that is the importance of internal audit charter, and it gives you the authorities. Of course, it make you be accountable as well. Here are some typical audit charter elements. I don't think I need to go through this with you. Just a glance of it. Basically, it needs to put your role, your responsibility, your purpose, inside. Okay, so for bigger internal audit departments, you may also have like the function responsibility. You may have your statement, policies, your audit manual, your staff description. Of course, this depends on how big your organizations are. Just be aware that there might be some different documents, but doesn't mean that every internal audit needs to have like statement of policy, right? Don't tomorrow go back to your internal audit department and say, hey, you don't have a statement of policy, so it's wrong. It depends on how big your organizations are. Okay, like we mentioned, there are assurance and consulting services. You need to know the difference between the 2 types of services, right? So for assurance, you give an opinion after you have done your testing, right? And the scope, the auditors will determine the scope. But for consulting, it is advisory, so the scope can be agreed with the client. So here, very quickly, is just the difference between the two types of services. So you will see that on the left, this is like the objective assessment, independent opinion, internal audit, set the nature and the scope. So what kind of services is this? On the right is advisory engagement. It may be requested by the client. The nature and the scope are agreed between the clients and the auditor. So what kind of services are these? Right? So you will know that these are assurance, and on the right are consulting. Okay, so you will need to at least be aware of the differences between the two. Okay, so here is just more details of what assurance work, consulting work. Now, again, let's try this.
First answer is D. And many are D, sir.
Many are
And
D.
one, A, D. Most of are D, sir. Some A.
Okay. D is not wrong. Okay. Most of the time you will need a written agreement. Most of the time, but just be careful when they say always. Right? When things have always, absolute, all this, just be very careful, or never. This kind of words, be very
We have
careful.
G and A also, sir.
Right? Yeah. So the answer here is A. Okay. Now, like I mentioned, always, never, absolute, all these words can change the answer. Yes, for most of the time, we want to have a written agreement between, for consulting work, between the clients and the auditors. However, there are some that do not need to. For example, when you are standing members, you are invitee at the management committee meeting. I think a lot of us will have a chance to participate in some form of management committee meeting. You are invited, you sit in there. Sometimes people may ask you for opinion. So all those, you may not need a written agreement. Okay. So again, you can see that questions can be quite tricky. Right? So practice a lot. Right? Okay. Now I am now coming to the last mandatory element of the IPPF, which is the code of ethics. Now, code of ethics is these four elements. You can see there: integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, and competency. All right, competence. Now, what I would like you to at least remember, if it's easier for you, you remember this IOCC are in the code of ethics. I means integrity, O means objectivity, CC means confidentiality and competency. All right. Why I would like you to remember these four? There are sometimes questions that come up, ask you elements in the standards or elements in the code of ethics. Now, you know that you have to maintain your integrity, but will you remember that is because of code of ethics, or is it because of the principle? You don't, right? So if you don't, then if they come out and say integrity is spelled out in A, code of ethics, B, standard, C, definition, D, principle, then where would you go and find? So I would like you at least to know that this is in the code of ethics. Now, to add more to the confusion, right? These four elements, two of them are in the standard, two of them are not in the standard, right? So if you can remember, objectivity is in the standard, competency is in the standard, right? Integrity and confidentiality are not in the standard, right? Maybe in future it may be, but at the moment, integrity and confidentiality are not, right? But just remember, Code of Ethics, IOCC, integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, and competency. Right? So these are the small little gritty details that sometimes they test you, right? So here I have put in some definition. What do we mean by integrity? What do we mean by objectivity, confidentiality, and competency? Now, when you read through, at least read through what are in each of the elements, right? So at least you don't be caught. For example, if they mention you do not use information for personal gain, is it A, B, C, D? You know, A for integrity, B for objectivity, C for confidentiality, and D for competency. So at least you know, do not use information for personal gain should be for confidentiality. Okay, so things like that, right? Okay, and pay attention to competency. We need to continually improve ourselves. So it's not a static thing, right? That's why you need your continuity, development, and education. So if you are confronted with ethical dilemma, what should you do? Now, the answer is apply the 4 principles, IOCC, integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, competency, to determine a course of action that is suitable for the situation. Okay. So I have come to the end of like the subpart 1. Right. As a quick recap, I have gone through the IPPF, all the elements in there. You need to know what are the mandatory elements, what are the recommended elements. What are the mandatory elements? Things like your mission, your principle, your standards, your definition, and your code of ethics. Right? Then we talk about how many types of standards. There are 3 types of standards. What are the 3? Attribute, which talk about your character, performance, which talk about how to perform the audit, and then the implementation standards. Remember the A and the C. A for assurance, C for the consulting. Okay. We have also talked about a few of the elements like the code of ethics in between, right? So I would like you to at least remember all these elements. What are the two recommended implementation guidance and supplemental guidance? Right? So at this juncture, perhaps I would like to just see if you have any questions before we take a break.
Yeah, sir, we have many questions, but we can take some.
Yeah.
So, in IA exam context, difference between senior management and management.
Okay. So the senior management would refer to like the CEO and the probably one down. All right. Management would be probably in terms of the middle management and below, like the managers, the head of departments, or this. Yeah.
Yeah. Next question, Chanchal.
Yeah. So there is another question. In any organization, if you need long question, if you need to be part of a committee, just a minute, sorry. Committee meeting, the same is presented at the committee for approval of member and also updated in the committee terms of reference. But why do we say for a standing committee member agreement is not required?
Okay, see, when we talk about agreement, right, normally what we talk about is in terms of like the scope, what is your deliverables, what is the time that you need to do your work, all these more specific kind of agreement. Like, yes, when you attend the committee, you follow the term of reference. You don't go there and make decision, which is our independence requirement. But you do not have like a time where you say, hey, by which time, how many questions you need to ask, what type of insight you need to provide. There is no such measurable deliverables for you. That's why we say that there is no so-called agreement between the clients and the auditors. Okay, Chancha?
Next question is a competency asked to have prior experience. If we can't do the audit without this, how will we become experienced in it?
Good questions. See, I would like to break this into two parts, right? See, when is competence, right? We look at the competence at two levels. One is the internal audit as a whole. The second level is individual, right? Yes, we need to have some competence. We have to have competence in order to discharge our duty. But when we look at that, it is about the whole internal audit department. It's not about individual. So if we do not have like experience, let's say reviewing the say vendor, okay, vendor management, you may not have the direct experience, but that doesn't stop you from doing it. However, the CAE or your supervisor will need to provide guidance to you, will need to supervise your work, may need to review your work more thoroughly compared to an experienced auditor. So that is how you learn and pick up the experience and competence from there, right? However, if it's the whole internal audit do not have the competence, then the CAE needs to go and get from outside, either hire somebody new or co-source or outsource some of the activity, right? So I hope that make it clear. So in short, competence, we look at it at two levels. Internal audit department as a level and individual. Individual you may not have, but someone in the audit departments would have, and they can guide you. Okay, Chancha?
Yeah, thanks, sir. We have more question. Can we take now or after break?
Yeah. Okay, why don't we take a break for 10 minutes, and then we can come back, take a bit more questions, and then we can continue. All right?
Thank you, sir. So we will meet 11:28.
Yeah.
IST.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we can start.
Yes, yes, please, Chacha. Yep. We want to take a few more questions. Yeah.
We have some questions. We can proceed with question if you allow.
Yep. Yes.
So, okay. Thus, plan and engagement is not a performance standard. Then why we have excluded from standard in question asked?
So sorry again.
Yeah, the plan and engagement is not a performance standard. Then why we have excluded from a standard in question asked?
Okay. See, there are some plan standards. All right. However, the standard would not go into the details of telling you how exactly things are done. So bear in mind that all these standards are principle based. So they will tell you most of the time what to do, right? They will not go into the details of like how. So that's why the how to do the planning and all this were not the it's not a good answer as compared to the rest. All right.
Another question: what is a position of chief audit executive? Is he responsible for statutory audit too?
It's responsible for
Statutory audit too.
statutory audit too. Is that?
No, statutory audit means the external audit.
Okay. Oh,
The
you
question
mean
is he also responsible for the external audit?
Oh, okay. He's not responsible for the external audit. However, the audit com would be the one who will also review the external audit, make sure that they are independent, make sure that they are of good quality, all right, and experience and so on and so forth. That is for the audit committee. However, there are times when the internal audit may need to collaborate with the external auditors, or if the internal audit wants to leverage some work done by the external audit, then if you want to leverage, you have to make sure that the works are of good quality. So that is where the chief audit executive would have to be accountable when they leverage on the work. Hope that answered the question.
So we can proceed for a question, or we can start the second.
Okay, let's start the second part.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so now we want to get into a little bit more details of the independence and the objectivity. All right. So as a start, right? Some people ask, like we mentioned, internal audit can never be independent, right? So that is when they are talking about financial independence, right? So just now I throw the questions. Probably you have a thought, all right? Now let's look at the definition of independence in the internal audit world, right? And this is different from the external audit world, right? So you look at the independence in the internal audit world, it mentioned that it's the freedom from conditions that threaten the ability of internal audit activity to carry out the internal audit responsibility in an unbiased manner. That means there should be no interference. You must have the freedom to decide on your scope, on your timing, and who you want to inquire, who you want to test, and so on and so forth. So as the CEO, they cannot tell you, hey, you cannot review the sales or you cannot review the warehouse. Then there is a limitation of scope. then that will impact your independence. Okay. Now, financial independence is not part of this, right? It may be applicable to the external audit, but not internal audit. Just bear in mind, right? So if people tell you that internal audit can never be independent, then you have to bring it back to the definition. What do we mean by independence? Now, objectivity is slightly different from independence, right? Objectivity is about your mental attitude. It needs to be unbiased. Now, you can be independent, right? But you may not be objective. For example, you don't like the clients because he always give you a lot of trouble, because it's very uncooperative. I want to choose more evidence. I want to make sure that I find something wrong with him, and I want to write him up. So are you objective? Right? So during audit, we may have a lot of all this frustration. These clients, I don't like him. So think back, are we objective? You may be independent, but are you objective? Right? So see the subtle difference between independence and objective. Independence means you can decide, you have freedom to decide on your work. But objectivity is your mental attitude. You need to be unbiased. Okay. So when we talk about independence, we talk a lot about the reporting, right? So when we look at CAE, the Chief Audit Executive, there are two types of reporting. One is administrative, one is functional. Now on this slide here, you will see, hey, how come CAE report to the board and CAE reports to the audit com? Now both can be true, right? And in the CAE exam, in this CIA exam, the board of directors and the
Sorry, sir.
Sorry?
I think your slide is not moving.
Okay. Is this better now? Or is it still the same?
Your PPT is not moving, sir.
We can only see the end of section A. So maybe if you stop your screen show and start sharing it once again with the new slides, it may look better. It may open up to the right slide.
Okay. Let me just try again.
Just stop your screen sharing and then reopen it to the current slide. It may help. Yes, we can see it now. Oh, it's again gone. Yes, now we can see it. Oh, again it's gone. Now we can see it.
All right. Okay. What happens if I move it? Let's see if I move. Can you still see?
Yes, now it's fine. Now it's fine. Now it's fine.
Okay. Good.
We can see the full screen now. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So as I mentioned just now, the CAE, when we talk about reporting, there are two types. One is administrative, which is the dotted line reporting, and the other one is the solid line reporting, right? And you can see that sometimes it's reporting to the board of directors, and sometimes it is reported to the audit com. Why is that so? Now, this slide is trying to show you different scenarios. There are certain big companies, they may have subcommittee in the board of directors. For example, audit com, risk management com, or nomination com, right? So when there is an audit com, we will put audit com. However, there are certain smaller companies, they may not have audit committee. Then the CAE can report directly to the board of directors. All right. And in the CIA exam, the board of directors and the audit com can be used interchangeably. Just bear in mind that. All right. It doesn't mean that audit board directors is not audit com. They can be used interchangeably. Now, then I would go on to explain what is the difference between functional and administrative reporting. Okay. Now, as you can see, functional reporting needs to be either to the board of director or the audit com. So they will approve the audit charter, right? And more importantly, they have to appoint, they must approve the appointment and the removal and the remuneration of the CAE. Now, the hire and fire reside with the board and the audit com, not on the senior management, not the CEO, okay? Whereas for the administrative reporting to the CEO or some senior management is for like budgeting, you know, the management accounting, your HR. Like for example, you want to hire certain internal auditor, so the HR committee will support that, right? So importantly, the CEO does not have the power to fire the CAE, right? So that make it very clear in terms of functional and administrative reporting. Okay, so and some of the practices to ensure that there is some organization independence. The board should have direct communication with the CAE. There must be some constant communication between the CAE and the audit com, even without the management, right? So you can see that it's report to the audit com or is equivalent. So sometimes they may not have audit committee, and it's acceptable to go direct to the board of directors. Okay. So here I just let you have a thought. Okay, I will show you the answer. I will go through, but just see whether can you accept breakfast invitation. Can an executive demand to reschedule an audit? Can a client give you some gift, or can they deny your facility access? Okay, I'll give you 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
Yeah, one is no, second is maybe, one yes, one maybe, one yes, 3 probable.
Yes. Okay, thanks, Sach. Okay, so see, accepting breakfast invitation, normally if it's like some normal breakfast, once in a while, you know, your clients may want to build certain rapport with you as well. So that may be okay. However, if they are buying breakfast every day, you know, and it's very expensive breakfast, then it may, at least in appearance, may affect your objectivity, right? So demanding a reschedule, of course, is affect your independence, right? Now, there may be instances where your client say, hey, during this time, we may have other investigation, the regulators may be in here, can you reschedule? Now, that is not demanding. That is putting forth their challenge and discuss with you whether can you reschedule. So you may think through, you may say, okay, we want to continue, or we may say, okay, fine, we may reschedule our audit. Now, that is fine, right? But this demanding is you cannot come now, you can only come at the end of the year. That is impacting your independence, right? Okay, giving designer travel wallet, most probably it would be, right? And deny of facility definitely is impairment. So if such thing happen, you need to escalate up your change of command. Okay, let's try this question.
Yeah, first answer is D.
Yeah.
Again, D.
Okay.
Only D.
Very good, very good. So objectivity is D, unbiased mental attitude. Thank you for paying attention. Very good. All right. Now, on top of the objectivity, we also need to maintain our, you know, individually we have certain responsibility, and of course the CAE have certain responsibility to perhaps periodically may want to query the staff on their objectivity and may rotate staff, right? So you don't want to send the staff to the same department, do the same thing, for 10 years. Firstly, it's not helping the staff for their development. Secondly, the staff may become so stale and it just become automatically just do things, go through the motion rather than having a fresh pair of eyes to challenge certain decision, right? So, and as internal auditors ourselves, we need to be mindful that we don't receive all these material gift, fees, or some entertainment, but of course, what do we mean by reasonable? So I think most of the time you'll be guided by your internal policies. So refer to that, right? Now, of course, there might be some policies to promote the objectivities. So bear in mind our code of ethics and don't subject our judgment to that of others, right? All this I don't really need to go through it in details. A lot is our common sense, right? So that very quick come to the end of the independent and objectivity. Now I will hold the questions later on. I would like to go through another probably 1 or 2 more sections. Then we can take a pause and raise question, right? Now, the next thing I want to cover is in terms of proficiency and the due professional care. Now, very quickly, proficiency means we need to have our skill, we need to have the competence to do the thing. Like just now, some of the questions that have been asked, right? If we don't have the skill, how can we do it for the first time? Now, bear in mind, the proficiency is at 2 levels. One is at the department level, one is at the individual level, right? Now, due professional care is how you carry out your work, right? And is benchmarked to another competent, reasonable auditor. If the person would do more work under the circumstances, then make sure that you do the same, right? Okay, so in terms of all these knowledge skills, very much it relate back to our IPPF, which we have covered just now. Okay. Now, just now we mentioned that in the whole department, if there is a short of staff, all right, short of certain kind of skill set, for example, you need to go for some IT cyber security audit, but there's no experience or competent staff in the department, then what should the CAE do? CAE must go and get such advice or such staff to participate in the audit. Now, of course, he can do so by a few ways. One of the way is to do in-house, go and hire somebody. Second way is to co-source. So go to maybe some external firm, for example, KPMG, Ernst & Young, Deloitte or whatever, or some local firm. Get somebody to supplement the team. That is what you call co-source. Now, outsource is 100% get a team from somewhere else to do it for you, right? That is 100% total outsource. Now, you may also subcontract somebody to do it, or you may second somebody. This will happen most of the time in the big company. So you can get somebody from, let's say, Asia to go and review the cyber security in Europe, in America, right? Or from, say, India to review the cybersecurity in Singapore. Just make sure that the person who is seconded to the internal audit is not directly responsible for the area under review, or is not reporting to a boss who is responsible for the area, so that you can maintain the independence and objectivity. Okay, secondment is a very good way to get staff, and it's internal, but just bear in mind of the independence and objectivity. Right? So you can see CAE has different options to engage staff, right? So for here, you need to also understand the different options and what are they, right? So if they describe something like 100% outsource, you don't go and choose co-source, right? Co-source means get somebody but supplement the internal audit team. Okay.
So we can give that 30 seconds, sir. I have received some requests. Kindly allow 30 seconds.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. So we got many answers. B. Some A, some C. Yeah.
Okay.
Many B also, sir.
Okay. Very good, very good. So here we are asking who is ultimately responsible for the internal audit activities. All right. So human resource, you can cross that out. All right. Now, then should it be AuditCom or the board? So there's a hint here. Like just now I mentioned to you the AuditCom and the board, they can be used interchangeably. So if both answers are the same, right, these two are most likely not the correct answer. Right? So the correct answer here is B, the CAE. Right? CAE is responsible for ensuring that the staff are appropriately trained. Okay. Here are some advantages, disadvantages of the outsource and co-source. So of course, you can the advantages would include like very flexible. You can improve your efficiency, effectiveness, and you can get the people in very quickly, right? But the disadvantages is that you may get the things, but then there's no in-house capabilities. You cannot build up the expertise in your team, right? And so it may undermine certain career pathing of your staff. But there is always pros and cons. So if you are CAE, you have to weigh the benefits and costs of each option. Okay, another question. Chacha, we can give a bit more time, then we can just read out the answer later on.
Yes, sir. So we have many A, some B, some C. Most A, sir.
Okay, good, good. So see here, the question is asking that the CAE must hire an outside service provider. So if you read until here, you may go for B, all right? But read carefully. Is to support the internal audit activity with statistic analysis responsibility. The key word here is, yeah, you get the outsider to support. That means it is co-source, not outsource. Remember, outsource is more of a 100% go up. Now, all these joint venture alliance is because there's no other answer. They just throw something in, right? Remember, I told you if you have not seen certain term before, most of the time they are not the answer. Right? So the answer here is A, co-source. Right? They show another example that don't rush to answer the question. Right? If you just stop at the first sentence, then you probably go for B. Okay, when you get outside provider, of course, the CAE is still responsible to make sure that they have the right skill, the competence, make sure that they are independent and objective. The CAE may even need to review the work, make sure that the scope and all those things are properly documented. See, the principle here is that you can outsource the activity, but you cannot outsource the responsibility. So the CAE will still be held accountable, even if you get outsider to do the work. Okay, so that's the principle. Now, although we are talking about fraud on this slide, it is not about fraud yet. It's talking about the competence. Now, the standard actually pull out fraud in two areas. One is that this one, as you have shown, the internal auditors must have sufficient knowledge to evaluate the risk of fraud. Okay. The second areas that the standard talk about fraud is that you must include fraud risk, assessing of fraud risk as part of your planning. Okay, so remember these two. Now, on these standards here, it said about internal auditors, we must have sufficient knowledge to evaluate the risk of fraud. Right? However, it also go on to say that internal auditors are not expected to have the expertise of a person whose primary responsibility is detecting and investigating fraud. Now, what does that mean? See, when it comes to fraud, if let's say there are certain indicators, for example, there's some high turnover, there are some, say, reconciliation breaks, nobody resolve them. It has been there for like 5-6 months or a year, and then suddenly they will write off. So all these are indicators of fraud. We must know all this, and we must plan our work to dispel our doubts. So that is our responsibility. However, if in the course of your work, you found that, hey, somebody is suspicious of fraud, then are we responsible for investigating? The answer is no. Now, later on in the fraud section, I will explain in more details. But right here on these standards, remember about the competence. We are supposed to know how to evaluate fraud risk. Okay, that is the expectation for internal auditor. And in terms of competence, they also call out another area, which is the IT. So internal auditors must have sufficient knowledge on the key IT risk and control. This one, the IT, we will cover a lot more in part 3, right? So for competence-wise, remember, we need to have certain knowledge about the IT risk and the control. Bear in mind, it also went on to say about the second part. Okay, not all internal auditors are expected to have expertise, right? So again, you can see that the requirement is for the whole internal audit department and not on every individual. They recognize that individually, the experience of each internal auditors will be different. The competence level will be different. However, that does not take away our responsibility to at least know the technology risk. Like for example, if there is no password requirement, is it a weakness? We are expected to know. We can't say that we are not auditors, we don't know, right? If the password can be shared among the people in the department, is it a weakness? Right? Of course it is, and we have to know. So all these are the basic IT risk and control, and we have to know it, right? Now here, it shows about the competence framework, the IA competence framework. So you can see that at the bottom here, these are the foundation. We need to have our professional ethics. We need to have some management knowledge. Now, in terms of technical expertise, you see that the IPPF, governance, risk and control, business acumen. Now, this kind of fit very well with our 3 parts of the CIA exam. See, we are talking about IPPF, right? For a lot of the part 1 and also part 2, which is on the performance audit, right? Performance standard. Now, government risk and control, we are going to discuss it later. Now, business acumen is very much in the part 3, right? Now, on top of that, we also need to have communication skill, persuasion, critical thinking skill, so on. So all these taken together will help us in our audit delivery and help us with the improvement. And of course, the department also need to have monitoring to improve our quality. So that as a whole is a competency framework, right? Now, we kind of covered the competency part, right? Remember, is taken as a whole and also individual level. Okay? And they point out specifically about fraud risk and IT on top of the other areas, as you can see in the competence framework. Now, I want to move a little bit forward to the due professional care. Now, in terms of professional care, first look at it, what is expected. So, is the application of care and skill and expected of a reasonably prudent and competent internal auditor in the same or similar circumstances. So what you need to do should be the same as another very prudent, competent auditors. If the auditors would do more work, if they see that, hey, there are a lot of reconciliation break, nobody resolved them, and then they were being written off, if that auditors will do more work, then you're expected to do the same. Okay. Now, I want to share a story with you at this point. Right, it's on the due professional care, and sometimes it can be quite, let's say, subjective in a way. But when you want to cut corner on certain of your audit steps, right, do think twice. Now, this case is applicable to the external auditors, not really the internal auditors. I have not seen internal auditors get sued yet, so which is the good news for our profession, right? Now, this case is relating to a guy called Nick Leeson, right? Probably most of you are too young to know about him. Now, it happened in around 1995, right? So Nick Leeson was working for this merchant bank. This merchant bank is called Baring, right? It's one of the oldest merchant bank in the UK. So he was, at the time when he committed the fraud, he was the general manager of Baring Bank in Singapore. But before he came to Singapore, he was in Indonesia. So at that time in Indonesia, people were still doing those paper script. You know, if you buy and sell shares, people have to send the share scripts. So it's not like today electronic. So those days, people have all the paperwork. Now in Indonesia, Baring, who is also in the security business, they mess it up. They cannot reconcile the script to their record. So Nick Leeson put up his hand, went to Indonesia, spent 2 years, clean up the thing. The management, of course, thought that he has done a very good job and reward him well. So at that time, when he solved the problem in Indonesia, and the head, the general manager, who is the head of the bank in Singapore, become vacant. So again, Nick Leeson put up his hand. He wanted to come to Singapore. So of course, being done a good job, they sent him to Singapore. So they not only sent him to Singapore, but they trusted him so much. They put him in charge of trading. They let him be in charge of operations. They let him be in charge of accounting. So as you can see, there's no segregation of duty, right? So he started to trade. He was supposed to do very low risk kind of trading called arbitrage, but he somehow deviated from that. He went to bet on the Nikkei 225. Nikkei 225 is the index of Japan. So when the index dropped, he bought some more. He dropped, buy some more. So as long as it dropped, he will buy. hoping that the index would rebound. And when it rebound, he buy a bigger position, he will earn back whatever loss that he made before that. He thought so, right? But when it keep going down, he has lost a lot of money. So what does he do? As you can know, as you have heard, right? He is in charge of sales, he's in charge of operations, he's in charge of accounting. So he created a fictitious account, right? And this fictitious account is sit on the balance sheet, and he book all the loss there. So as accountant, you know that if it's a loss, it's debit P&L expenses. However, when he put it into the balance sheet, the bigger the loss, it becomes the bigger the asset, right? So he was hiding there for a few years, and the auditors didn't know about it and keep signing off and say it was okay. But very unfortunate for Nick Leeson. In 1995, there was a Kobe earthquake. As you know, when there is an earthquake, what will happen to the stock market? It went straight down. So he went straight down, and the bank has no more money to pay for the margin call, right? So that's where he ran away. He packed his bag, he flew off, and he was caught in Germany, sent back to Singapore, went for trial. Now, when he went for trial, people know that the bank is bankrupt. So that's why now you do not see Baring, you see ING Baring. So ING agreed to bought over Baring at £1, right? But of course, they also took over their liability. Okay, so during the trial, people know that the bank is bankrupt. There's no point you sue the bank, right? You sue, but you can sue, but the chances of getting money back is very slim. So who do you sue the next? So of course, with the deep pocket are the auditors. So they went for the auditors. At that time, the external auditor was like Coopers and Lybrand. That was before they merged with PwC. So that was Coopers and Lybrand. So Coopers and Lybrand got sued, and they said, hey, I just took over the account for 1 year. So, but the previous auditors also signed off the account, right? So 2 sets of auditors got sued. So Deloitte also got pulled in. So 2 sets of auditors. Now people start to question, hey, first of all, there was no segregation of duties. How come you didn't raise all these points, right? And when the assets, the losses are booked as assets, how can you sign off as true and fair, right? So those were the contentious point of the audit. And then thirdly, if he's supposed to do very low risk trading activities, how can he be making so much money? How come you didn't ask all these questions? Another competent, reasonable auditors would have asked all these questions. How come you did not ask, right? And one interesting thing that came to the court was about the confirmation. So quite poor thing, the audit senior was put on the court and they were asked, hey, did you do confirmation? Did you send confirmation to the clients? So the auditor said yes. And they asked, oh, did you receive the confirmation back? The auditor said yes. So the court also asked the auditor, how did you receive it? Then it was revealed that during the audit, I think if most of you are in the external auditors before, you know that deadline is always very tight, right? You have to sign off probably like 2 weeks, 3 weeks after the year end. And when you send off all this confirmation, you hope to receive, but a lot of time you cannot receive them. So what you're supposed to do are alternative procedures. However, for that auditor, Nick Leeson went to their audit room during the audit. So I presume it was quite late. Deadline was approaching. So maybe Nick Leeson asked them, hey, so how is the audit? So you thought that the general manager, the head, was like so concerned. So you probably told him, hey, I have certain confirmation I have not received. So this guy say, hey, what are the confirmation? Maybe I help you to get them. So the auditors give him the details and all this. So what Nick Leeson has done, he went to fax back to his home. And then he will go home, sign the things, confirm, and send it back. And then later on, he will pass it to the auditors. And when auditors receive all this confirmation, they were so happy. So I imagine it was late at night. The deadline was approaching. And when the general manager give you the confirmation, what will you do? You probably are very happy. You're probably very thankful to him. You don't doubt him, right? And you accepted the confirmation, file it into your audit file, say, okay, work done, right? However, when the court came to review those confirmation, they found that in the facts, probably most of you may not have seen the facts. There's a thin line saying Nick and Lisa. Nick means Nick Leeson. Lisa means Lisa Nixon, his wife. So it means that the manager has sent it back to the home, signed the things, sent it back. But the auditors didn't look at it. So the court said, hey, any competent auditor, prudent and competent auditor would have reviewed that. How come you didn't see it? And how can you accept the confirmation as good? How come you didn't do the due diligence or alternative procedures? So of course in court you ask all this, but I imagine when you were late at night, you were so tired, you press for deadline, and this guy helped you, what would you do? You probably would have accepted it. So this story shows that, for most of us, when we are tired, when the deadline is so tight, we may also fall for this kind of trap. So I want to caution us, when you want to take a step back or cut corner, or you rely on somebody, you trust somebody, just remember, what you need to do, what other alternative procedures you need to take, right? So now when we look back to that Nick Leeson's auditor, you say, hey, how can you just accept the guy, all right? But imagine if you were there late at night, hard pressed for deadline, would you accept? But if you accept, you did the same as what the auditor has done. Could be end up in court. Okay. I thought this is a good story to remind every one of us, we have certain responsibility, we have certain work to do, and we have to follow, right? And that is exactly what due professional care is about. Now, when we talk about due professional care, it doesn't mean that we must catch all the fraud or all the mistake. No, it just means that we have to be reasonable, we have to be prudent, and we do the same as another competent internal auditor, right? So, okay. So here it just said, does due professional care imply that auditor needs to exhibit extraordinary performance and give absolute assurance? Now, I want to tell you is no. The answer is no, right? First of all, it doesn't mean that we have to exhibit extraordinary performance. We just need to do reasonable care and do what a reasonable, competent, and prudent auditors would do, right? It doesn't mean that it's infallible. We can make mistakes, but make sure that you have done what you can, right? And be aware of this word absolute. Whenever we say the question say give absolute assurance, that answer is wrong. We cannot give, okay, we cannot give absolute assurance. There's no way, because we do by sample, right? And there's human error, there's judgment error, right? Okay, after the story, let's do a little bit of work.
Okay, sir, we can wait for 30 seconds and we'll.
Yeah, we can wait. We can wait. Yeah.
Yeah, most of the answers C.
Okay. Yes, that is about due professional care, right? So it's C. Very good. Okay, let's move on to the next one. This one you may give a little bit more time for people to think.
So most of answered B. I can see 1 or 2 D, 1 or 2 A,
Okay.
1 or 2 C also.
Supporter all around. Yeah, but I think most people get it right. Is B. Okay. See, in terms of the consulting, we also need to have exercise due professional care. All right, but it's the same standards, so there's nothing more. Okay, it doesn't mean there is less complexity, right? And no, it doesn't mean that there are few potential, but because the scope and the needs of the clients can be more fluid. See, assurance is quite straightforward. You have to review the control, the risk management, the governance, and then you opine. But for advisory, it is more fluid. It depends on the type of engagement, right? So, and you want to make sure that the scope and the expectation are being understood upfront, so that you have less argument later on. Now, why would there be arguments? Now, I give you a scenario. Most of your clients probably will come to you, ask you about, hey, I want to change certain process, I want to change certain system. Can you review, tell me what, what weakness you have seen in the system? So you go and you have certain limited scope, you have limited time. It depends on what they have told you. And then you make a stand, right? Now, half a year later, 1 year later, when you go back and review that same system or process, and you found that, hey, there are certain issue when it linked to the upstream or downstream, the weaknesses are there. But before that, you may not see it. Now you want to raise a point. What would your client's reaction? Hey, you looked at it half a year ago, 1 year ago, why didn't you raise it then? Right, that's very normal. So you want to avoid this kind of situation and trap yourself, right? You don't want that, okay? So it's better that you establish the understanding, the scope, the expectation upfront, and get it documented so that there will be less argument later on. Okay, so another part in terms of the competency, you would have to do this continual professional development, right? IIA, I'm sure IIA India have done a lot as well in terms of seminar, conferences, or even web training. Now, for CIA, if you are practicing CIA, every year you will need 40 hours of continual professional development, right? It is not difficult to achieve. 40 hours is not a lot, right? I'm sure most of you will have done more than that. And you can do it in various ways, right? Other than conference training, you can also volunteer some of the work, volunteer in IIA India, help the profession, at the same time, gain knowledge as well. Okay, so in terms of certification, there are various. I don't think we want to do a lot more of the marketing here, right? So that brings me to the end of the section C. Maybe we can stop a while and take a few questions, Chansha, before we go to the next one. Or shall I continue? This QAIP, I don't intend to spend a lot of time doing it. Are there questions, or I can, yeah.
I saw are these practice questions examples of past exam questions?
Now, they may not be the exam questions, all right, but there are some that may be. See, the important thing is not about getting the past exam question. The important thing is to know their style, know how they trick you, and know how to apply the concept. Okay. Now, if I encourage you to practice the question bank, and I think IIA India has struck a very good deal with GLAM to buy the question bank and encourage you to make use of that. Now, after doing all those questions, okay, don't expect that you will see like 20-30% of the question come out from the exam. It will not be like that. You will be lucky if you can have 5 questions, right? Or 2 questions. I think average, you probably see 2 or 3 questions. You'll be happy with that. But you are very, very lucky if you have 5, right? Now, don't underestimate these 2 or 5 questions. See, when you go to the exam, you are very hard pressed for time. When you see that 2 questions, firstly, you know that you are correct. It gives you the confidence. The second thing is you know that you are ahead of time. When you know that you are ahead of time, you can think better for the other questions and you can spot a lot more careless mistake. So I do not want to overplay to say that you can see a lot of questions come up. You will see very little. But when you see it, it will help you a lot in the example. Okay.
Next question. In one of the earlier question regarding the potential impairment, does it still be impairment if the audit is rescheduled because of the current COVID situations or any other exigency in the organization?
Yeah. Okay. See, the question there, the keyword was demand a reschedule. Okay. So if let's say I'm a CEO or somebody, I demand that you change it, you reschedule. That is a infringement of the independence. All right. However, I say, hey, auditors, because of COVID, can you consider rescheduling? That is a different thing. So you will go and consider the situation, the pandemic, the people on the ground, whether you want to put your staff at risk, and then you decided, yeah, it's better that we reschedule. That is not impairment of independence. All right. So the keywords in that question was demanding, right? If it is requesting a reschedule is different, right? Chansha?
Yeah. So next question, as you say that there are some common elements of code and standards, then how to deal with such tricky questions?
Practice more. See, other than practice and know the trick, spend more time reading the material as well. Let me share my own experience. See, whenever I conduct the CIA prep course, and I have been doing it in the last 10 over years, right? When I read it, I will learn something new. Even like this one, I was reading it in the last 2 days and this morning. When I read it, I was learning something new every time. So I was wondering, how can I miss it the last time? You know, so read, reread, practice, practice, practice. You will not eliminate all the wrong answer, but you will increase your chances of getting it right, and you will feel it, right?
Sir, another question. How is CAE different from CRO?
CAE different from CRO. Yeah, it's different. CRO is the Chief Risk Officer, right? Yeah. Did I answer it correctly, Chansha?
Yes, CRO is Chief Risk Officer.
Sir,
They are different.
can
So
we
later,
continue?
yeah, we can continue. So later on, when we look at the, the ERM model and all this, then what would be the different responsibility of the parties like CRO, CFO, CAE, all this we will discuss. Okay. Okay, very quickly, I want to just go through the quality assurance and improvement program. Now, this one is like the audit of the internal auditor, right? So as internal auditors, we say, hey, we have to follow the standards, we have to do what we need to do. But who is there to say that you are indeed doing what you need to do? So this is the QAIP program. And if there are certain weaknesses, you have to improve it, okay? So QAIP, like we say, is a audit of the internal audit, right? So we give reasonable assurance to the stakeholders that we are performing things according to our standard. Remember, just now we say one of the purpose of the standard is for people to evaluate you. So how do all these people evaluate your work? So they use the standard, they use the code of ethics, they use the definition of internal audit, all right? So when it comes to all these QAIP, first of all, I want to say there are two types. One is the internal type, one is the external, right? External means it has to be done by somebody outside the organization. This person should not be reporting to the CAE, right? So when an external service provider provides provider serve as internal audit activity, that means you outsource, all right? The provider must make the organization aware that the organization has the responsibility for maintaining an effective internal audit activity, like we say, right? So if you are the organization, you outsource your internal audit activity, you are still accountable and responsible for the quality of the external service provider. Okay, so just now, as I mentioned, there are two types of QAIP. There is an internal, there is an external. So internal can be done by your own peers. For example, the Singapore team will go and review the India team maybe go and review the Malaysia team review Singapore team. That's fine. Okay. Now, let me check with you. If Singapore team review the India team review the Singapore team, is that a good internal quality assessment? Maybe you can type it in your chat group. Singapore review India, India review Singapore. If you think that is okay, type yes. If you think that is not okay, type no.
No, yes, both. Many no, sir. Some yes.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So many of you get if A review B, B review A, this is no good. All right, it's not so-called independent. Right. It may be perceived as non-objective as well, right? Because I scratch your back, you scratch my back. Now, how about Singapore review India, India review Malaysia, Malaysia review Singapore. So it's a triangle. Do you think that is okay? If you think it's okay, type yes. If you think it's not okay, type no.
Yes, 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 okay, yes, yes, some no, many are yes.
Yeah. So the understanding of most of you are okay, are correct. All right. So when there is a triangle, we can accept that. All right. But if it's only two-party mutual, we normally do not accept that as a good QAIP. Right. So, but when there are three parties going like round robin, it is fine. Right. Now, when it comes to the external, it has to be someone outside, and this person should be some qualified people, right? Qualified means probably some CIA, or maybe they have extensive experience in running the IA department. Okay, maybe I give you a bit of time to think through. I don't think you need to type this, right? Just think through whether it will be internal or external assessment. I give you say 20 seconds.
External, internal. How can internal assessment be independent?
Okay. Thanks, Chansha. Okay, so when it's incorporated into routine policy and practices, it's normally internal. So this could be like some of your review, your supervision, you review the work paper of your junior. So that is like an internal assessment as well. Now, provide opinion, it could be both internal or external. When CAE involvement is there, so it's internal, right? For external, it needs to be done at least once every 5 years. Now, this is a rare place where the standard becomes prescriptive. They say that external needs to be done once every 5 years. All right. Now, the scope, I don't think I want to go through with you. I think let me just try this question for you.
Most of candidates are answered B, some D, A, C also.
Okay, all right, thank you. So the answer is B. All right. Okay, A, why is not good? Because it's a subsidiary. All right, so the CAE most likely would be still have some oversight of all these auditors. So that's why they are not independent, although they are highly experienced. So A and D are out. Okay. Now, C, why is not? Because as we say, right, it's like I scratch your back and you scratch my back. So although this team in ABC is very qualified, but XYZ has done a peer review on ABC last year. That's why they are not good. Whereas for this independent retired CAE who validates XYZ self-assessment, that's okay. Now, see, for the external QAIP, just take notes of this. when it comes to QAIP, there are two types again. One is, of course, the external party will do a full scope review. That is, of course, the best. The second way that you can do is internally you do the review and then you give the results to an independent party. The independent party validate your result. That can be considered as external QAIP tool. Okay, QAIP. So that is what B is talking about. Okay, so the ABC could have done the results and give the self-assessment. Sorry, XYZ has done the self-assessment and pass it to this independent party to validate the result. That is an acceptable external QAIP. Okay. Okay, so this is just a measure to say, okay, what QAIP the parties are involved and how we improve, right? And the process to establish all this, of course, you need to know what are your effectiveness, what is important to you, and then you identify your stakeholders, and then you develop KPI, and then you monitor results. Okay? Now, here is just give you some examples of how you can develop your KPI in terms of customer, process, learning and growth, as well as financial, right? Making use of the balanced scorecard. I would leave it, I think it's in your book. You can just take notes and read for your reference. Okay. When it comes to QAIP reporting, of course, for the internal assessment, CAE should share the result. But for external assessment, it's just like your audit. The preliminary result should be discussed with the CAE, make sure that they are factually accurate, and then copies of the final report should be sent to the senior management and the board. Then the CAE is responsible for taking on the recommendation and improve the practice. Right? So it's just the same as what you have done to your internal audit clients. So here is just more details on the reporting. So CAE needs to communicate the results to senior management and the board. And then, of course, they have to also take actions to correct all those gaps as well. So here is just some reporting. I think we have discussed most of them before, so I don't want to spend more time. But I want to spend time on these slides. So here, if your internal audit department, sometimes you have to put a statement in your corporate governance section in your annual report. And if you want to say that your internal audit actually confirm with the standards, then it must be validated by QAIP. If there is no QAIP, you cannot make that statement. Okay, and if they are so non-conformance, then you must make the statements as well. But I don't think anybody with good spirits or good intention to follow will fall under this. And most you fall under the partially confirmed, right? Which is not that good already, but that means you have certain principles that you have not followed, or certain standards that you have not followed. Okay, but most of us would probably fall under the generally conformed. It means that you have certain gaps, but the gaps are not so bad as to imply that your internal audits are not functioning, right? It's just that you may review your clients. Your clients may have certain weaknesses, but you don't fail them immediately, right? So that is how the three areas of conformance for the internal audit. Okay, so it's generally confirmed, partially, or does not confirm, right? Which I don't think anyone of us would fall under this. Do not confirm. Okay, so if you don't confirm, you have to disclose it. That kind of bring me through to the three quick sessions, right? The independence, the objectivity, right? Independence is whether people infringe on your scope, whether you have the freedom to decide what you need to do. Objectivity, on the other hand, is your state of mind, right? We have also talked about the proficiency, proficiency at the whole department level and individual level. We also talk about the due professional care, which means that you have to exercise the work as compared to another prudent and competent internal auditors. And remember the Nick Leeson's case, the auditors, right? And lastly, we have also spoke about the QAIP. Remember the QAIP got two types, internal and external. And external also two subtypes. One is the full review. The other type is internally you do the review and you pass the result to an independent party to validate the result. That is acceptable as an external QAIP, right? So, Chan, would there be further question before we take a break?
We have some questions, sir. For maintaining independence of external QAIP review, is there a limit on the number of years between the review?
For what review? Internal.
Yeah, for maintaining independence of external QAIP review, is there a limit on the number of years between the review?
No, no such restriction at the moment.
Another question, please explain standard 1220A3.
What is 1220A3? Do you know what is that? 1220A3, is it? Okay, let me find out later.
Okay, sir. You can explain after the break. Another
Yeah.
question: if the board rejects, if the board restricts, will it affect the internal audit independence?
The board restrict. You mean like the board will go and
Board, I think board of directors, sir.
board of what?
Board of directors.
Okay, see, okay. You probably, this question needs to probably drill down a little bit as to the intention of the board. All right. See, the board normally would not go and restrict the internal auditors. The internal auditors are actually the eyes and the ears for the board of directors on the ground, and your objectives are actually quite aligned. There's no conflict. But however, I can understand there are certain board members, maybe they are shareholders, they are also part of management and all this. Then if they try to restrict, then probably it can be perceived as a impairment of the independence. But you also have to take notes, like if the board members object, right, you can always bring it back to the whole board. The whole board where the majority should be independent, right? And then from there, you can take direction from them. Okay.
Continue, sir, or we can discuss after break.
Okay. Let's take a 10 minutes break, and then we can come back and continue.
Okay. So we will meet at 12:52 Indian time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sir.
Thank you.
Sir, many candidates are asking for the PPT. You can clarify if we can share or we can't share.
Oh, sorry, again.
Many candidates are asking for presentation, so you can clarify if we can share or we can't share, sir.
Oh, whether to share the slides, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. This one maybe let me take it offline with you, and then we have to discuss it with the IIA team to see whether we can share that.
Sure, sir. Sure. I have
Yeah.
also informed. We will check it out the copyright thing, and we'll let you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Namchi, my expectation would be that it may not be permissible because I think this material would be specific to the instructors of the course. So I would expect that the students, the participants should not be expecting these slides. That's it's my off the cuff feel.
Yeah. That's why I'm not so sure about whether we can share. That's why I thought it's better that we clarify with IIA. So yeah,
Yeah.
sorry about that,
My-
participant.
But my suggestion is that they should not expect it. If it comes, it could be a bonus, but it should not be expected. Thank you.
Yeah. But anyway, these are the summary of the study material. So it's better that you read through the the participant, you read through the study material. It will explain it better than the summary of in the slides.
Sure, sir. We can start, sir.
Yeah, we can. So maybe let me go back to the question on the 1220A3, right? Now, okay, 1220 is about due professional care. All right. For some of you who may not have these standards offhand, let me just read through to you what 1220A3 says. Now it has two parts. The first part is talking about internal auditor must be alert to the significant risks that might affect the objectives, operations, or resources. So in order to exercise your due care, you must be alert to the significant risk. That's the first part. Okay. The second part to that standard, you say, however, assurance procedures alone, even when performed with due professional care, okay, even when performed with due professional care, do not guarantee that all significant risks will be identified. So what it is trying to tell you is that even if you have done due professional care, it doesn't mean that your audit cannot go wrong. You will still have audit risks. There may be significant risks that you may not identify. Let me give you an example. Before last year, would anyone expect this pandemic to drag so long, to impact things so widely? This is a significant risk to everybody, right? But before last year, you could have done all your due professional care. You could have done all your risk assessment, but you may not have picked up this significant risk. So it applies to other areas as well. There may be things that you cannot foresee. Okay, so I hope I answered this question to the person who raised this. It's a good question. Right. Chansha?
So we have some question like in June 21, which version will be examined?
June.
Like it's I think they are referring to study material.
Sorry, I don't quite get it.
So it's asking for a study material version.
You use the version that is provided by IIA. That should be correct. All right. I do not foresee any change in syllabus from June in June or November. I don't think they will change the syllabus that fast. So it depends on when your material is. If it's like 5 years ago, then maybe you need to use a new one. But if you just get it like 2-3 months ago, I don't think they will change it.
We can start with the part E, section E.
All right, let me start. Okay, so E is on the governance and risk management and control. Now, these are the so-called bread and butter of internal auditors. Now, see, you will need to probably go back and read through the framework, different framework, but I would want to just go through a few on a high level, and I don't intend to spend a lot of detailed time explaining it, all right? Because they are not technical at all, but what I wanted to do was to spend a bit more time on the IPPF because it may be new to some of you, right? Okay. So here the scope of audit, I think this one we have spoken before as in the definition. So we cover governance, risk management, and control. All right. So it's more or less the same. So here you need to know what is governance, right? For the exam, you need to know what is governance, what is risk management, what is control, right? Later we will see some questions and you have a chance to test your knowledge, right? So governance is really a combination of processes and structure that's implemented by the board, okay? Implemented by the board to inform, to direct, to manage and monitor the activities of the organization, right? So that the organization can achieve its objective. Now, see, when we think about audit, think about risk, think about governance, we always have to remember that the organization have objectives, right? Sorry, Chancellor, are you able to see my slide on governance? Is it the right slide?
Yeah. What is
Okay.
governance?
Yeah, good. Okay, I thought after a break something might be wrong. Okay, good. So, like I mentioned, for audit, we always, whether you are looking at governance, whether you are looking at risk management or control, always remember that the organization exists because they want to achieve certain objective. Now, what is risk? Risks are things that will stop the organization from achieving its objective. All right. An objective broadly can be split into operational objective, reporting, and compliance objective. If you look at the COSO framework. Now, there are people who say that, hey, there is risk that the bank reconciliation is not performed timely. Is that a risk? I would say no. See, bank reconciliation is a process, is a control. You do not say that, hey, there's risk that the control is not performed. That's not really a risk. The risk, you have to look at what is the objective of that control, right? So for bank reconciliation, you want to make sure that your reporting, your financial reports and management reports are accurate. That's why you want to look at bank reconciliation. If there's a certain mistake, you should resolve them quickly. So that's the purpose of the bank reconciliation. So you may want to say that without the bank reconciliation, there's risk that abnormalities or mistakes may not be picked up timely that may affect the reporting objective. Okay? That maybe is a risk, but the risk is never bank reconciliation is not performed timely. Right? Just remember, it has to be linked to certain objective. So likewise for governance, you will look at the things here is towards the achievement of the objective, right? Later you see in the risk is the same, okay? So this is governance, right? So it involves various type of things here, the initiative, right? The structure, the reporting, ERM, and all this, right? Okay, let's try this, which is the principle of effective governance. Chansa, again, we can give a bit more time to people to think through.
Sure, sir. Most of candidates are answered B, some 1 or 2 C, or some D, I think A also, like that.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay, so for some of you who choose C, is again probably due to the time pressure. You didn't read. You have been tricked by certain things. So you see, management is not involved in oversight. So strong internal control can be achieved. How can management be not involved? Right? They have to be involved. So this one is a trick, the C. Now, why are the others not correct? The others are all reading correct thing, right? Direct, indirect cost versus benefits, you need to do, right? You have to got policy, you need to have critical success factor from industry and all this. Now, here is the difficult part, right? But most of you have got it correct. It's B. See, when you look at the answer, right? Direct, indirect cost versus the benefits, right? It is about risk management. Risk management, when you choose the risk response, it has to do with cost and benefits of the risk response. So this is about risk management. This is about policy, right? D is about control. So that's why you see in these questions, there are 3 correct answers, right? But only one of them relates to governance. The others, one of them is for risk management, the other one is for control. And one of them is to trick you. Now, just move on. So here, who is responsible for the following governance activities? Now, I don't think you need to type this in, but just spend, say, 30 seconds, think through.
We got answers, sir. Board, management, then auditors, internal audit, chief audit executives, external audit, board of directors, audit committee, B,
Okay.
management.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody will key in the answers. All right. Okay, so for the first one, to deploy the strategies is the operations management, right? Oversees the organization activities as the board, right? And they do not have managerial responsibility. Now, provide assurance for external financial reporting is external auditor, right? And provide advice on the governance structure, the process, all these are internal auditor. Okay, so good. I think you have some good appreciation on the roles. So again, go back when you read through, have a clear mind of the roles and responsibilities. Who needs to do what? Okay. Now here, this one is on the maturity on the governance things. So when you go back, read through, like, in the less maturity organization, So you may perform very discrete audit, you may do something that's compare the governance practice against the compliance, which is the minimum requirement. Whereas for the more matured one, you may want to look at efficiency, effectiveness, you may want to look at some best practices, right? So your audit will also depends on the maturity of your organization governance. So it's not a one size fit all, right? So for all these, of course, to promote the corporate value, it can be, audit, it can be some self-assessment. I don't think, okay. Now, culture audit is becoming more and more important. That is because of the things that is linked to like the control environment. A lot of people, after they have looked through the corporate failures or something, it is about the culture and the tone from the top that determines whether an organization would follow or not follow their policies or towards some compliance with the regulations. So when we look at culture, right, we also look at the values, the roles, the behavior, which is linked to what we call the control environment or the soft control part of things. Okay? So when it comes to control environment, what are we talking about? We are talking about things like the integrity, the ethics, the philosophy, the organization structure, the management style, the policy practices, and the leadership, the value, the belief. All these very soft type of things which are very qualitative. And control, the culture actually impact on the risk and the control, right? There's no doubt about it. A lot of write-up has been done. A lot of study has proven that culture impact the engagement. And just now what we talk about is the governance. In governance, we talk about the control, the culture, the control environment. Why? Because governance also include the setting the tone, right? Setting the values, the ethics, the code of conduct, all this. Now, from governance, now we want to move into the risk management. Again, it's a process to identify, assess, manage, and control potential events or situation to provide reasonable assurance, okay, regarding the achievement of the organization objective. Like I mentioned just now, organization exists because of certain objective. So the risks are things that stop them from achieving that. So risk management is to identify all those things that may stop the organization from achieving their objective, and then you put in the appropriate response so that the risk can be reduced and the chances of achieving the objective can be increased. Okay, so that is about risk management. Always remember, link back to the objective. So now, enterprise risk management is just things that we have to pull the things together. Don't let all those risk management, every department do their own risk management, everyone do things in silo, and a lot of hands off fall into the gap. So that's where the enterprise risk management come together. They want to integrate everything, integrate it even with the strategy setting. Now, why? Risk is about achieving objective. What is strategy? Strategy is undertake to achieve those objectives, right? So that's why when you set the strategy, you need to think about the risk. That is the whole so-called principle behind this enterprise risk management. Okay, so when you go back and read, you will understand it, right? So again, like I said, risk start with the strategy. And what is risk? Risks are things that will stop you from achieving your objective. And there's a range, always a range of responsibility. It cannot be just one outcome, right? So all these terms, I believe you are quite familiar with: acceptable risk, inherent risk, residual risk. Okay, go back, revise. Don't fall into the trap of any of all those definition. Okay. Okay, this is just a small discussion question. All right, the standard risk terminology provide common language to the use of by the board, management, and other in the communication. You know, these are sometimes we call it your terminology in your companies. You know, certain time you may have certain things that in your companies may mean certain things, right? So it's good to have like a dictionary to explain what exactly you mean. You know, so I just give you an example. In the loan, you know, loan. That means if you are a bank, you give out loans to customers. You can have exposure. You can have outstanding amount. Are they the same? Are exposure the same as outstanding amount? In a lot of banks, they are different, right? Let me explain. Let's say if I go to a bank and they have agreed to say give a loans to me of 10 million, 10 million. Okay, they agreed. I signed the contract. They will give me a loans of 10 million, but I do not need the 10 million immediately. I may say, hey, now I need only 2 million. I draw down 2 million. So that 2 million is the outstanding amount, but the exposure is 10 million because the bank agreed to provide me a 10 million loan. So all this terminology, if you are not familiar, you may think that it's the same. So it's important that inside the company, there is this bank so-called risk dictionary to explain what all this terminology means. Okay. Now, all these inherent risks, residual risks, I think you are familiar with, right? And when you assess risk, always think about the likelihood and the impact factors, all right? So I put this into this map here that you can consider, you know, the impact and the likelihood. Now, sometimes when you see your client, you will tell them that, hey, certain risk is very high, but the guy sitting opposite to you say, no, 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 it's very low, right? What could have happened is you are talking about the impact, he's talking about the likelihood. Now, I give you an example. There was once I went to see a client. I told him, hey, in your data center, you do not have backup generator. So the risk is very high if there is a backup in Singapore. So your data will be gone and then you don't have a backup generator, you cannot support the whole region because the data center support the whole region, right? So the risk is very high. But the guy was saying, no, the risk is very low because in Singapore in the last 5 years, there was no backup. So since when the backup will happen, right? So he's talking about probability. I'm talking about impact, right? If it happened, the impact is very big, but it rarely happened. So if we can dissect all these things into these two dimensions, we probably will have a more meaningful conversation. Okay, so this map, I leave it with you. Use it when you talk to your clients. Okay. So as we said, we need to do risk-based plan and audit. Okay, so this one I don't think there's any difficult part, but just remember we need to do risk-based audit. Okay, so first of all, you will determine your audit universe. What is audit universe? Audit universe means everything that you have to audit. But can you audit all of them? You probably cannot. Most likely you cannot. So you need to prioritize. How do you prioritize? So you need to look at the risk factor, right? So for high risk things, you may want to review them every year. Medium area, you may review them once every 2 years, and so on and so forth. Then from there, you will then assess your plan and you see how many auditors you need, right? If let's say in your audit universe, you have say 100 areas, But after you review the risk, you may want to review, say, 30 of the audit areas. Then for this 30 audit, how many staff you need? 40 staff, 50 staff, 20 staff, what kind of skill set? Then from there you do your resource allocation. Okay, so this is the process of your planning, and all this we will cover it more in the part 2. Okay, now let you do a bit of exercise.
Sir, we have many candidates have answered A, but we have all the answers B, C, D also. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, okay, it's good that most of you got it correct. The answer is A, but let's look at other answers. Let me start with D. Okay, your in D, it talk about absolute assurance, because you can never achieve absolute assurance. That's why this one will not be correct. Okay, even if you have COSO ERM, you cannot achieve absolute assurance, right? B is talking about reduced losses from uncontrollable events. Now, because it's uncontrollable, right? Whether you use COSO or whatever model, it can never reduce all these risks. That's why B is out as well, right? Now, look at A and C. Both are actually correct. If you use COSO ERM, you will increase the compliance with laws and regulation. But why A is better? If you think about COSO ERM model, there are 4 objectives: the strategic, the operations, the compliance, and the reporting. So if you use this COSO ERM, you will also increase the chances of other objectives. That's why A is better than C. Okay, so the answer here is A. Okay, so COSO ERM, I don't intend to go into a lot of details, but look at the characteristic. There are 20 principles, 5 components. These 5 components are listed here. Now, I don't think you need to memorize the principles. All right, read through, understand them. It's more important than go and memorize. Please don't spend time memorizing things. All right, know the characteristic, the 20 principles, 5 components, roughly what they are, that kind of things. And you will see that all these explanation in terms of governance, strategy, performance. Later we will compare it to other framework. They are more or less the same, right? So and remember, all these framework, they applies to all industries, all types of organization, whether they are big, they are small. Always they can be used. Whether it's profit organization, non-profit organization, all these framework can be used, right? So if there is any questions or answer that say, hey, it's only good for big company or small company, don't choose all those, right? Unless they say accept. Okay.
Sir, we are receiving mixed answer. A, B, C, D, all.
Okay, I would expect that. I would expect that. Okay, the answer here is C. Right? Before you choose your strategies, you will want to evaluate the different alternatives, right? And their impact on the risk profile, right? So here I want to show you this question also is to show you what kind of things that the question can answer. So in terms of the matrix or the framework, go back, understand how, the stages, how to apply it, and very importantly, who do what when you read, okay? Okay, so here just the 20 principles, as you have seen. Again, no need to memorize them. So in terms of the roles and responsibility, what the board needs to do, what the management needs to do, even management, sometimes when you go back, also read about the risk officer, the chief risk officer, chief financial officer. So chief risk officer basically is to talk about the risk, right? State a common language for everyone. CFO would be looking more on the financial side, okay? Okay, here there is also this so-called three lines model, right? It's stated here 3 lines of defense, but the new model, they drop the words defense. They're calling it 3 lines model. Reason being that the defense seems to make everybody kind of like work a little bit like in silo, like you are first line and first, but they drop it but the concept is still there, but it emphasizes the need to collaborate among first line, second line, third line. Right? So again, you see, I mentioned, right, the risk officer, what they need to do, the financial, what they need to do, okay, and then external parties like external auditors, regulators, what they need to do, okay. So here I don't intend to test you, so I will show you the answers. The risk officer will review the operations of the ERM. Each unit, the board set a precedent for the integrity and the ethical value, which is the governance part. External auditor will provide assurance on the financial reporting. Okay. CEO is the ultimate owners of risk, so they set the strategies and so on.
Most of the candidates have answered B, some A also.
Okay. All right. So good that you have C, the C and D. Okay. These two are actually the trick. Risk officer do not have the responsibility for financial statement. It should be CFO or the finance executive. All right. So external auditor don't influence all this activity. Now here again, there is a bit of a trick here. Right. So the answer is actually A. All right. Senior managers, very senior, so they set a tone. So it's more of like the operational manager, the lower people on the ground that are the first line of defense. Okay, so that's why this B is not the answer, right? CEO, yeah, they provide the guidance, on the ERM across. So he's like the ultimate owners. So he does provide the guidance and all this. Okay, so that is a better answer than the rest. So again, it shows that we need to go back, pay a bit of attention to the roles and responsibilities. Okay. Now, ISO 31000 is another so-called framework. So I don't intend to go into a lot of details on this, right? You will see that they have different components or whatever, but important thing is that this is also a reiterative. It shows that it's not a one direction thing. You see, it can go and then go back, a lot of all this, and you will see that all these components are actually quite the same as the ERM. So you see, ERM has this governance and culture. ISO have leadership. Then this one has the strategy, objective. Then they have integration, they design all the controls and all this. So here they identify the risks. So are these, the implementation. So they identify the risk, assess the risk, analyze the risk, and see how they can treat the risk. So they may use different names. Like for example, this thing called here risk response. Here it called risk treatment, right? And then they review, they evaluate, they improve, So they communicate the information, all this. See, what I want to show you here is that be it whichever framework that you have chosen, they are talking about the same thing. So what I would normally do is I would choose one framework, I anchor it, I know what are the so-called components, then I will see, hey, what are they similar or differences between the others versus my anchor framework, right? So you can use the one that your organization use, right? And then you can anchor it, and then it will be easier for you to remember, like, after the control environment, So for me, my anchor is the COSO framework. So the first step of the COSO framework is control environment. So control environment is kind of similar to all this governance culture, leadership, and all this, right? Then the second part is about risk assessment. Now, my risk assessment, of course, they have to identify the risk, assess the risk. But remember, when you talk about risk assessment, you need to link to the objective. And objective is about the strategy as well. So this one is covered under my risk assessment. Okay, and then the same. Then for all this review, revision, okay, of course, COSO, they have the control activities. Then after that, they have information and communication, which is the same, right? And lastly, they have monitoring. Monitoring means you go and see whether the controls are working, and if need to, improve it. So you see, in terms of COSO, they are more or less the same as the COSO ERM, although they may call it differently. And COSO ERM from here, you can see it's the same as COSO, the ISO 31000. So again, I would encourage you to just use one framework, anchor it, and then the rest are more or less the same. Okay. So again, this is the Turnbull guidance. If you heard about Sarbanes-Oxley, this is the Sarbanes-Oxley equivalent of the UK in the UK. Sarbanes-Oxley is for the US company. Turnbull guidance is the UK equivalent. So it's for companies that are linked to the London Stock Exchange. Okay. Now, why Turnbull? Because this is the chairman who led the task force to come up with this guidance. Okay. This one I don't think I want to spend time. And in terms of risk indication, identification, I think there are external, internal factors, right? And in terms of event identification techniques, you have various ways, like event inventory, you do internal analysis, you have facilitated workshop, and so on and so forth, right? Again, this one, I don't think I want to test you on that.
Most of candidates have answered A, some B, C also, D also.
Okay, so the answer here is A. All right. Um, you can go and facilitate and support the risk management process, but don't go and take over the responsibility. So this one will impair your independence. So B is not, right? C only rely on quantitative, but you need also qualitative. So this one is not a good answer. Right? You cannot proceed without a formal process. Not quite true. You can still proceed, but you can facilitate the thing, but don't make decision there. Okay, so that is the guiding principle. So again, here there are different quantitative risk assessment. Do go back, read about it, understand it. Okay, and then risk assessment is not foolproof. Like we said, sometimes risks may not be identified. So there's always limitation. There's always human error, judgment error. Okay, and sometimes we even identify too many risks, such that you don't focus, right? So as internal auditors, we can also play our part. Don't always raise things. Do think through how it impact the objective. Okay, it is better to raise one good issues than bring up 10 small issues. That's my opinion. Okay. Okay, so you all know in terms of risk responses, you can accept, you can avoid, you can pursue. So control is not the only um, response. Right? Okay. Inherent risk, I think this one you will know it.
Many have answered C, some C or some A also.
Okay, the answer is C. All right. A, remaining after management risk response, that is residual risk. Okay, residual risk, right? But most of you got it correct. That's good. Okay. So after you have implementing your risk or whatever, you have to do risk monitoring. Now, I just want to point out what is ongoing monitoring, what is separate evaluation. Now, as I mentioned just now in terms of COSO process, so after you have done your risk assessment, you may implement control, but how do you know that your controls are working? So there are two types of monitoring. First is ongoing. Ongoing are built into the process. For example, you have certain dashboard, you have certain reports. For example, just now we talked about the bank reconciliation. You may have certain report to say, hey, how many breaks, what are the outstanding, the aging, all this. So this give you a feedback as to like whether things are working. So those are part of the ongoing monitoring. However, you may from time to time test it. So that is separate evaluation. Like if the dashboard tell you there is no long outstanding item for your bank reconciliation, that's very good. But is it true? You may want to test it. So that fall under the separate evaluation. Okay. And of course, if there are deficiency, you need to report them. Okay.
most of have answered C, some A, some C also.
Okay. I think most
Some
of
D.
the answers are, are not wrong, but the answer here is D. All right. So you see, management has got certain ongoing monitoring. They have identified certain deficiency. So first thing you want to know, what are their follow up, what are their corrective action plan, have they done it, right? But you don't straight away go and report to the board, or you straight away educate them, all right? And yeah, you may want to look at what is the deficiency, the impact, but this should have been done by the management, right? Because they have identified it. So you can leverage their work, right? So this one also is something that we may always encounter in our work. Now, when you see people have identified certain deficiency, give credit to your client. Even if you want to write something, write it clear that they have self-identified it. But if you are not happy with their response, you criticize the response, but you don't criticize as if like they didn't know about the deficiency. Okay, in that way, your clients, uh, you build trust with your clients, and they are more willing to share with you things, right? Okay. Um, Internal audits roles, I think there are various roles you can see, all right? It range from no roles to consulting, value-added findings, and all this, okay? So roles and responsibilities, I don't think I want to go through, but I want to emphasize that you need to go back and read through and understand the different roles played by different parties, okay? Um, so Okay, so in terms of assessing the maturity, I think all this also, just like the governance model, they have different maturity. The risk management companies also have different maturity. So you may want to look at your company, what kind of maturities are there, and then you will cater your audit accordingly. Okay. So whatever you do, you need to gather evidence that's beyond said.
Most of candidates answered C, some of answered D, A and B also there.
Okay, so the answer here is D. All right. Okay, see, A may be correct if it's stopped here, but if management has resolved the issue, if they have resolved it, then there's nothing to report. Okay. Um, so CAE is responsible for deciding appropriate action. This will impair your independence. So that's why you cannot do that. Okay. Um, Management is responsible for assessing the board action. So it should be the other way around. The board is responsible for assessing the management action on timely resolution. So you see, it can be tricky in that sense. So some of you may fall into all these tricks. Okay. Okay, now I come to the end of E, which is a big section, right? We are now left with the fraud. I don't intend to go into details of the fraud, but I think we can either take 5 minutes break, if it is good for the participants. Maybe you can say, okay, you want to take a break.
So we have 18 minutes left for 2 p.m. So if we can continue, that is not the issue, sir.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I think we just let everybody has a 5 minutes break. We come back 5 minutes later and then we can continue.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. So we will continue with 1:47 p.m.
Yes.
Thank
All
you,
right.
sir.
Okay, thank you.
We can start, sir. You are on mute, sir.
All right, thank you. Let me quickly go through the fraud risk. Then we can go for question and answer. Right, fraud risk. Fraud risk. I don't think I want to go through it in a lot of details. You probably would have quite good understanding already, but you need a bit of reading up to patch up the things. All right, fraud. First thing is it is illegal. Right, it have the intention to deceive people. Right, and for auditors' responsibility, like just now I mentioned, in terms of standard, there are two areas. One is you must consider fraud risk in your planning. And second thing is you must be able to know if there are some indicators of fraud. So for example, if there are some high turnover, the bank reconciliations are not resolved timely, there are a lot of write-off, if there are a lot of the goods in the warehouse, they just write off, nobody cares. So those are the indicators. You say, hey, is there something wrong? Doesn't mean there is fraud, but there are some high risk about fraud happening. So you need to do your work to dispel your doubt. Okay. However, you are not expected to investigate fraud. Why? Because fraud involve some legal way of handling the evidence. Do we know whether we can handle the evidence in a certain way? Can we write things on the evidence? So all this we may not be trained. So we may not be expected to conduct fraud investigation. However, there may be some auditors who are trained, so they may be able to do it. Okay. So fraud can be good to the company, bad to the company, right? Some injures the company. For example, they go and take money out from the company, but there are also some that they go and bribe some of it, maybe government officials, and then get some business for the company, right? But those are also illegal, although it helps the companies to gain business, right? So various categories of fraud. I let you understand all this when you read up, and then think through, right? What are some of the indicators for your work, for your exam? Those are good things, right? Okay.
Many have answered C, 1 or 2, D, or some A.
Okay. Okay. So C is the correct answer. All right. Because you have dramatic increase in the order, but the production there's no change. D you have chosen, probably you have misread it. The turnover is low compared to other areas. This is not really an indicator of fraud. There's also one A, is it? Okay. A, yeah, it may not sounds good, but doesn't mean that there are some fraud here compared to C. C is even a bigger indicator, so you will go for C. Okay. So of course, all these how to assess fraud, you can use your COSO ERM model, you can use your COSO model or whatever, right? Here are some of the principles how you can go back and review your companies, right? The first thing is you ask your company whether they has a fraud risk management program, and then you take it from there. You don't be surprised if some of them don't even have that, right? So that's where you can start with your audit point, and you can put in some meat to say, think through what are the scheme, what are the potential indicators, try to convince your management to implement this risk management program, right? So here I think it's nothing new, all right? To assess fraud is just like assess any other risk. There's some systematic discipline, you know, evaluate the likelihood, significant impact, and so on. Okay, this is the process. So you identify the risk, you assess the control, and so on. Right. Here again is using the 5 principles. Is almost using the COSO model. You set the tone, you identify the risk, you do it periodically, you know, you monitor the effectiveness, and then you improve, right? So once you have the fraud risk management, you also discourage fraud. Right? It's more of like a deterrence. Okay. So again, here you see they use the COSO model and say, okay, what are the things you need to do? You assess the control environment. Is that done from the top? And then you look at the risk assessment. Do they identify all the risk, fraud risk, the scheme? Have they identified the indicators? Do they assess them? You know? Then do they have information? They have reports. Do they monitor it? And do they assess the effectiveness? You know, do they try to improve the fraud program, and so on and so forth. Okay. So for auditors, we also can use analytical tool to check. Like for example, if your salaries increase in a certain trend, suddenly it jump or suddenly it have gone down, you know, or salary compared to the headcount, you know, there's some reasonableness. If it's not, then you may want to drill down further. Okay, so different types of computer analysis. You may want to go back, take a look. You know, would you be doing regression or enterprise auditing or continuous online auditing? What is continuous online auditing? That means you plant certain program into the live or production system, and then when something happens, it trigger, and then you can decide to investigate further. Okay. Here is the question. What is a good example of continuous auditing?
Mixed answer, sir. A, B, C, D, all we have.
Okay. Perhaps you are tired now. I can understand. Okay. The answer here is B. Okay. So you will see this one is an application that you put into the payment system. So once the payment, if the vendor's address is the same as your employee's address, right? Something is not right, right? So this is like an ongoing kind of monitoring, right? Research to identify root cause of two mechanisms. This one may not, this may be aftermath when you do. It's not like continuous audit, okay? That's a representative is just traditional audit, so it's not ongoing. Correlating maybe some form of analytical review, but not continuous audit. Okay. We are coming to an end. All right, just bear with me a few more slides. Okay. Whistleblower hotline is one of the most effective way to have surface fraud. Okay. So go back to read and understand what is confidentiality, what is anonymity. Confidentiality is you have the information, but you don't divulge. Anonymity is you you don't even know who it is, right? That is called anonymity, right? So all these hotline, you have to probably look at like who would run it. It has to be independent. Sometimes people ask audit to run it. Some may outsource it, but there's no right or wrong way of doing. It depends on the culture, the cost, and your organization objective. Right? So here, maybe I let you guess.
We have both the answers, sir. True, false, or both.
Okay, the answer here is false. All right. See, anonymity, you do not know who they are in the first place, so you cannot communicate to the authorized people, right? So this thing here, the descriptions here is about confidentiality. So if it's confidentiality, you know who the callers are and their identity, and then you can communicate to the people who need to know. So that is confidentiality. Okay, a very subtle difference, but important. Okay? Now, in terms of audit, right, like I mentioned, to investigate fraud, you need to be trained in certain way. For example, how do you handle the evidence? So there is another qualifications called also CFE, Certified Fraud Examiner, right, that train people on how to um, investigate fraud, right? But here I don't want to go into the details of like all those, but I want to also talk a little bit about interrogation and investigation. Um, you know, there is a difference between interview and interrogating. Now, interview, you make your clients very comfortable, you get information from them. But interrogating sometimes can be very intimidating. You see those policemen that interrogate people, they want to sometimes torture them, so, and then suddenly ask questions in a different way, see whether their answer is consistent. Okay, it's not a very friendly kind of talking. So here you can see the difference, right? Um, so what are some of the interviews behavior that could consider possible indicator of fraud? So maybe they are very restless, maybe they are very anxiety, they may change their answer, they may change their attitude, no eye contact, may or may not be, depends on sometimes culture as well. In some culture, when there is a eye contact, it can be perceived as being rude. Okay, so here this is the interviewing model, but what I want to share with you is that if you want to conduct interview, you don't just turn up. You need to prepare. Define your goal, see what you want to achieve before you conduct, and agree at the end of the interview. Agree the summary point, what you want, your takeaway, and then you go and document it. Right? So for computer forensic, you can go back, read through and see what it is. Sometimes it's like some evidence are being destroyed, but you still can recover them. Okay, so that very quickly come to the end of the section. Now I would be happy to take some questions from you if you have.
So,
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
will there be a question in CI exam that require us to quote a specific IPPF number?
No,
Okay.
no.
Which ERM standard is tested in exam?
Which ERM standard is
Tested in exam.
state in the exam? Is it? Sorry, I didn't get the question.
ERM standard, regarding ERM standard, they are asking. Any ERM standard is asking in exam?
I think they are talking of whether it's a COSO framework or the ISO 31000. As far as any questions in the exam,
Oh, okay. Okay. Understand. Yeah. So they may not test you like the principles or the details, but they may ask you about, you know, like in certain framework, what would be the characteristic, you know, would this framework encourage like all participants, or is it just a specific people to participate? You know, most of the time you will want to say the whole organization, and they may ask you, you know, this framework, is it good for big companies, small companies? You know, the answer would be it has to be catered for all organizations. So they may test you more of like this kind of question rather than very specific, like, hey, this principle, what it is. You know, it won't be of that kind of nature.
Yeah. 3 lines of model, regarding 3 lines of model, is this relevant for exam?
3 lines model, I think as a auditors, we would want to know, you know, the responsibility of like the first line, the second line, and the third line. So is it relevant for the exam? I think yes. In terms of like roles and responsibilities, right? They may not even quote the 3 lines of defense, but they can just ask you like in terms of auditors roles and responsibility, and you need to know that is to provide assurance, but not to take on management decision. You know, they can give you scenario, like for example, some discussion, you know, then when you need to make decision on the risk appetite, can the auditors do it? You know, they can give you various options, and then you have to choose the appropriate answer.
Namchi, I would just like to add something to this. You see, the material speaks about the 3 lines of defense, whereas IIA has now come out with a 3 lines model. So perhaps the question is more linked to, is the 3 lines model a part of the curriculum, or is the 3 lines of defense a part of the curriculum? Because, you know, there's a little bit of confusion over there, and I won't blame you if you don't have an answer, because I don't either.
I don't have an answer, but I don't think the two things are conflicting, right? The important thing is to understand, you know, the difference, what they have changed, right? The 3 lines model, I think the 3 lines model is still more or less the same as what they have in terms of 3 lines of defense. The first line, the second line, third line. But what they have removed is like the defense to emphasize that the 3 lines need to collaborate. See, a lot of time, like internal auditors, you need to collaborate with the risk management. You need to probably get their risk assessment to leverage your work, right? But you don't want to say, hey, because they are second line and then I cannot do it. You know, I think it's more of like the change in terms of attitude.
And I think it also emphasizes the independence of the internal audit function or the activity. So I think the answer could perhaps be that be familiar with both. The 3 lines is something which the IIA is now advocating. So, but you know, in order to make sure that you've read, you know, the course curriculum, do read up on the 3 lines of defense as well, keeping in mind that the 3 lines model is now what the IIA is advocating. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And I wouldn't be surprised, you know, if the questions have not been updated into 3 line model. So yeah.
Another question, do we need to press some submit button in the end of register our answer, or once time elapses, the answer selected will be automatically recorded or scored?
Pearson view.
Yeah, sir. Regarding the CIA exam.
I
We are
have not
subject
taken
to the MCQ, right? MCQ. So you have to click the respective A, B, C, D. That's all.
No, it said, sir, if
So,
someone not submit, if someone not submit, it will automatically record the selected one, or it has to submit.
no, I don't think there is any specific submit button which has to be pressed. You basically, once you've selected on any one of the MCQs, that is registered as your answer.
Sir, some other exam related questions. Some candidates are asking whether June is still having exams or not. So it is happening. I think depend upon the situation on the cities, it will depends.
So I think maybe that is an answer which IIA India is more suitable, is in a better position to provide. I think we are talking and we are in discussions with IIA Inc. also as to whether it is possible, and we have requested them to place these requests also with Pearson VUE, because we do foresee a situation where it may be very risky, or there may be a lockdown in some of the cities, although you have already scheduled the exam. If there is any lockdown, I think there is no doubt about the fact that you will be able to reschedule your exam to another date without any additional fees having to be paid, because it's a force majeure, it's beyond your own control. But even if there is no lockdown and you wish to change the date, that is a request which we have made. We don't have a response as yet, but what you can be rest assured is that as soon as we have a response, we will share it with all the candidates.
Most likely they will get an option in November as well, without additional cost. I mean, that is with specific instructions and communication will follow. But rest be assured that IIA Global and IIA India will ensure that your interests are taken care of. Best possible solutions and outcomes are available to you.
Sir, is it possible to request for taking exam from home? So we have already answered earlier, and that we haven't.
That option is not available to anybody. So I believe it's a painful experience. So people are not recommending a proctor-based home exam. Let's wait and see. I'm sure the situation would improve. More centers will open, more cities will open, and you will also have adequate time to study and go through all the materials well and pass it in first attempt itself. That would be the most desirable outcome. And I'm sure. Are there any more questions, Chanchal? It's already.
Yeah, we have many more, sir, but we can't answer all the questions because it's moving down. So one question: whether those 150 questions will be part-wise segregated in the exam?
No idea for me.
I think the question is that would it be section wise based on how you have taught, Namchi?
No.
Answer is
I don't think so. I don't think so. They will mix or jump all over the place.
It will be
can we take more questions, sir?
Most likely it will be a random offering from across the syllabus. That's the way I would expect them to test you.
Yes.
Can we take more questions?
Yep.
This is also related to the examination center. How many days in advance will the center communicate that they can't hold the exam?
Nikhil and I are struggling to get this information from them. The sooner we get it, we will let you know. But keep writing to them, wherever you have Pearson VUE contact numbers, and they will respond to you. And
I do also, yeah, you may also need to keep in mind that none of us can predict when any state government is going to lift or impose a lockdown. So, some of these factors are beyond our control. You look at the case of Delhi, where a lockdown was imposed for 1 week. Now, 3 weeks have passed, and they may possibly continue it for another week. So let's see. Frankly, I don't think you can blame. I'm
5 weeks
sorry.
ago, says they are closed for next 2 weeks. Just now.
There we go. So I think some factors are beyond Pearson views. I would just look at it in a positive way if I was in your position, that study and think that you're going to sit in June. And if for any reason it gets postponed to November, treat that as a revision. So you would obviously be better prepared, and also be rest assured that whatever you study, I'm sure will also help you to become a better internal auditor. So let's look at it positively.
Yeah, one question from Mr. Namchi. How the auditor should approach for interviewing the fraud, whether it general to a specific or different one?
The question is
Yeah.
whether
How the auditor should approach for interviewing the fraud, whether it general to a specific or different one.
okay. See, I think this one really have to depends on the situation, right? If auditors are not trained, my advice is get a person who is trained to do the interview. See, if you are not trained, right, the way you ask your questions, the person can actually turn around and sue you for defamation. You don't want to get yourself into that kind of situation, right? So when it comes to fraud, all this, it can become very sensitive, there are legal implications, and we may not be trained to handle all those. And it's very easy that when people want to wiggle themselves out, right, they find all sorts of loopholes, so to speak, or weaknesses on our side to divert the attention, and then get away with things. So just be careful with all those.
So another question, what should be revision strategy in last 2-3 days before exam?
Relax. Just relax.
In a way, relax. See, just now, Nikhil has also mentioned, right? Reread. See, I think I shared with you as well. Whenever I read, I learn something new. So in the last 2-3 days, see, if I would think maybe on the very first day, right? Sorry, the last 3 days, right? You may want to do the full exam questions. Firstly, get yourself accustomed to the time, right? And then you see how is your score, all right? Are there any specific weak area you may want to reread? You may want to practice a little bit more on the second last day, the very last day, right? So for the last day, really, I think I agree with TK. Feel a bit relaxed. Don't study until like midnight. 3-4 a.m. and then you go to the exam hall very tired. Then you cannot focus. Make sure you have enough rest the night before. Okay. So hopefully this helped.
More questions. So can we take or we can close it now, sir?
I think we should close it. 2:15 now. Yeah.
So I think what you could perhaps do is, if there are any questions which are unanswered, I think Chanchal can collate them and share them with Namchi, Deepak, and myself and TK, and then maybe we can respond within a couple of days with the answers.
Noted, sir. So I'm requesting participants for the feedback poll.
Yes.
And sir.
Yeah. Please give us your feedback so we can also think about how to do better. So and I hope you have enjoyed the session and you find it useful for your preparation. Do give us your feedback as to see how we can help you better.
Anyway, I think while the people are answering the questions which are being put on the poll, Mr. Namchi, we would really like to thank you for the wonderful training which you have conducted. I think it's been a learning experience for all of us, and I really enjoyed the way in which you could explain which was the correct answer, why it was the correct answer, and why the other options were not the right options. I do believe Gleim also does offer the same kind of an experience, but listening to your thinking, I think was really nice, and your experience really came through, and we all thoroughly enjoyed and found it a learning experience. That is from my side. Deepak and TK, if you would like to add something from your side, please.
Well, it was a engaging one for the last 4 hour plus. It's very useful. I'm sure the applicants would find it extremely useful planning and preparing for the exams, and look forward to seeing them next week. And I think more than 200 people attended. I'm sure next sessions will be even more, significantly more will find this useful.
Yeah, I think we had about 245 candidates at one point of time. So, so there has been a very good response. Deepak, a couple of words from your side.
In fact, Mr. Namchi, I now understand why the students who and participants who listen to your training do so well, because you actually highlight the approach of answering questions, the logical construct, what to, and also not to go immediately on the first option that looks good, but to actually logically, analyze and remove the other options. This comprehensive approach you can't read through books. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Right, thank you everyone for the nice words. Yeah, really hope that it helps the participants. And looking forward to the good news of high passing rate in India.
Yeah, we have 2 more sessions. I hope we will have high participation in those sessions also, and definitely hope after that we will also have a high passing rate, thanks to the wonderful training you've given all of us.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity, and thanks for organizing this. Yeah.
Thank you, Namchi.
Thank you, and goodbye, everyone.
Thank you, Sanchal. Thanks a lot for keeping the questions flow coming and being enthusiastically supporting the event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.